Orbit where Dragon's apogee, that highest point in its orbit, will be 10 kilometers lower than the station's orbit. We'll have just where we saw Dragon finally flying free.
About 45 minutes after liftoff, Dragon executed the phase burn, the first of 5 major burns required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station. Our initial orbit after Dragon separated from Falcon 9 was 210 kilometers by 190 kilometers. Those values represent the orbit apogee, or the highest point over the Earth, and the perigee, or the lowest point over the Earth. That means the orbit isn't a perfect circle. We're going to see Dragon raise its orbit using the Draco thrusters in the next coming hours as it chases down the space station. Now, once the crew wakes up in the morning, we'll have a number of events that will eventually lead to docking, targeted for 8 p.m. Pacific time. However, there is still a couple of milestones to occur while the Dragon crew is still asleep. Before the Dragon crew wakes up, of course, we have the phase burn coming up in just about 20 minutes, and then we'll execute the boost burn and the close co-elliptic burn.
That's right. That phase burn is actually our second phase burn. It's just a slight adjustment, a slight correction that we've calculated in mission control here. The second burn, the scheduled second burn, is the boost burn. It's targeted to start at 8:20 a.m. Pacific time. It's going to last about 90 seconds. After this burn, our crew will be in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, that highest point in its orbit, will be 10 kilometers lower than the station's orbit. We'll have just 3 major burns left after that before we get to the integrated operations and Dragon's final approach. The third burn that will happen just before the crew wakes up is that close co-elliptic burn. At about 9:02 a.m. Pacific time, this close co-elliptic burn will place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with that of the space station. That means we're maintaining that 10-kilometer lower altitude than the station the entire way around the Earth, and not just at the apogee. That close burn will be another long firing of Dragon's Draco thrusters, with the burn expected to last just over 10 minutes.
Now, those burns that you were just talking about all happening while the crew is asleep. They're scheduled to wake up at 9:10 a.m. Pacific time, and it'll be time for them to get up, and after they wake up, they'll be able to enjoy some breakfast. At 2:45 p.m. Pacific, they'll execute the fourth maneuver, known as the transfer burn. This is where we're raising Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the station. Then we'll round everything out with a final co-elliptic burn at 3:31 p.m. Pacific to once again maintain that constant orbit lower than the station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below. This will be a shorter burn lasting just over 30 seconds. Then we'll get into the approach initiation and final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also when we start integrated operations between the Dragon control team in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition to integrated operations roughly 45 minutes prior to approach initiation.
During the approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work hand-in-hand with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system. That stands for Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles. It's really important. Right now, if someone in the ISS wanted to talk to someone in Dragon, they'd have ISS would talk to Houston, Houston would talk to Hawthorne, Hawthorne would talk to Dragon. What this does is sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station directly. It gives another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and gives an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the ISS. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for that methodical, autonomous approach to the station.
Now, at approximately 6:30 p.m. Pacific, Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is just about 2.5 kilometers below station and 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters or a quarter mile directly below the station. This maneuver will also move Dragon inside one of 2 checkpoints around the station that requires a set of go, no-go polls with the different control teams. The first checkpoint is called the approach ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called, the AE. It's an imaginary shape measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the capsule is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move inside that approach ellipsoid.
The next milestone occurs at about 7 p.m. Pacific time today. The NASA and SpaceX teams will conduct another go, no-go poll to move Dragon inside the Keep Out sphere. It's another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around the station with a radius of 200 meters. Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing vehicles from the space station. This is really just another chance to confirm all of the GNC, the guidance, navigation, and control systems, are working correctly on Dragon before it moves even closer to the station. It carries a similar requirement on the orbital trajectory that if Dragon were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, it and the space station would be safe for 4 orbits or about 6 hours, kind of similar to the AE's 24-hour threshold. Now, once Dragon arrives at that 400-meter checkpoint below the station, it will be at what we call waypoint 0. It's that first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold there at 400 meters for a while, but if all of its systems check out, it can continue the approach onto waypoint 1.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it'll be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it's directly in front of the docking port. The crew are headed to the forwardmost port on the space station, the Node 2 forward port. That's where Dragon docked just over a year ago on the Demo 1 mission, and where Bob and Doug docked just a few months ago on Demo 2. It's where one of 2 international docking adapters are located, installed for these new commercial spacecraft flights, as well as any other future spacecraft that might use the international docking standard.
Once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint number 2, the spacecraft will focus on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. At this point, we may hear the call-out CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands Off Point. It's a little less than 30 seconds before docking, and at this point, any aborts will have to be done autonomously by Dragon.
And really, that's the moment we'll all be waiting for. When our crew arrives at the space station, Dragon will fly in and make contact with the IDA, International Docking Adapter, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place and give us that hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station. The station crew, namely Kate Rubins, will manually pressurize the vestibule, or the area in between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. Meanwhile, umbilicals that provide audio and power and data connections from station to Dragon are put in place. Then it's time for leak checks and the hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours following docking.
As you can imagine, we're all very excited for the crew of Crew Dragon to arrive at the space station, but folks who are just as excited as us, if not more excited, are the folks on the International Space Station. They have a lot of work coming up today to help make this run smoothly, so let's head over to Mission Control Houston for an update from NASA's Sandra Jones and how they're doing.
Sleep period, and we'll be heading to sleep around 11:30 a.m. Central Time. She'll wake up around 8 p.m. Central Time, and finally it will be the moment we have all been waiting for. Rubins will be in the cupola of the International Space Station as Crew Dragon begins its approach initiation burn to bring it below the station and then in front of the station for the final approach before docking. Once the hooks are driven to form a hard mate between the Dragon and station, which is scheduled for 10 p.m. Central Time, Rubins will then work in tandem with the Crew 1 astronauts of Michael Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi to equalize pressure to ensure there's a tight seal between Crew Dragon and the space station before they open the hatch and greet their new crew members who will become members of the Expedition 64 crew at the time they float through the station's Harmony module. This will bring the crew count on board station to 7. Everything's still a go on the station for an on-time docking. For now, back over to you, Gary and Michael.
Let's now take a...
Live, it begins at 8:30 a.m. Central Time, and we'll be providing coverage on NASA TV. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins has already completed several milestones in preparation for docking and crew arrival. Rubins is currently setting up cameras in order to capture the exciting moment, and also is about to complete a rendezvous conference with ground controllers to review Crew Dragon procedures in preparation for this docking. Following this conference, Rubens will move into her pre-sleep period and will be heading to sleep around 11:30 a.m. Central Time. She'll wake up around 8 p.m. Central Time, and finally it will be the moment we have all been waiting for. Rubens will be in the cupola of the International Space Station as Crew Dragon begins its approach initiation burn to bring it below the station and then in front of the station for the final approach before docking. Once the hooks are driven to form a hard mate between the Dragon and station, which is scheduled for 10 p.m. Central Time, Rubens will then work in tandem with the Crew 1 astronauts of Michael Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi to equalize pressure to ensure there's a tight seal between Crew Dragon and the space station before they open the hatch and greet their new crew members who will become members of the Expedition 64 crew at the time they float through the station's Harmony module. This will bring the crew count on board station to 7. Everything's still a go on the station for an on-time docking. For now, back over to you, Gary and Michael.
Let's now take a few moments to learn a little bit more about the crew, starting with Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins. He's an U.S. Air Force colonel, a Missouri native. This will be his second space flight, and he's already logged an impressive 166 days in space.
Sitting on the launch pad is definitely a moment that you're always thinking about, right? That's one of the more critical phases of the flight, as you can imagine. You're very focused in, right? It can be a very emotional time. You're kind of pinching yourself because it's hard to believe that you're finally there.
Born in Lebanon, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and a flight test engineer. He was selected as an astronaut in 2009. He spent 166 days on the International Space Station, introducing NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins.
You know, it's funny. I mean, a lot of times people think of the dream of being an astronaut as something that a kid would have. And I remember when my wife and I first started dating at the University of Illinois, and I told her that I wanted to be an astronaut. She laughed at me and kind of said, "Are you serious?" But at the same time, she stuck with me throughout the years, and to have that dream come true is pretty amazing. My role on the Crew Dragon itself as part of Crew 1 is the commander of the vehicle. We'll be launching to the International Space Station, and we're going to be doing a long-duration mission, a standard long-duration mission. One of the nice things about being on board the International Space Station is you have a lot of connectivity, believe it or not, with your family. And so I was able to call just about every day. My family means everything to me. It is the most important part of my life. My wife Julie, my son Ryan, my son Lucas, they are just such a huge part of this whole endeavor. You know, without family, it just wouldn't be as meaningful. The partnership that we have right now with SpaceX, it's pretty powerful. They bring a lot to the table. NASA brings a lot to the table. We've got a ton of experience in human spaceflight. When you're out there on a day-to-day basis and you're interacting with their engineers and you're interacting with their trainers and you're interacting with the people that are actually building the rockets and building the capsule itself, you really get to establish the relationships, the personal relationships. It's not just about the astronauts that are on board, but it's about the entire team at NASA and SpaceX that it's taken to launch this Crew 1.
Next, in seat number 4 today is Crew 1 Mission Specialist Dr. Shannon Walker, who flew previously on the Russian Soyuz, spending 163 days in space. Here's more on Dr. Walker, who will be the first woman to fly in a commercial orbital mission.
World to get us ready. It's humbling and overwhelming, and I want to do my best because I represent them. So thank you for your support and for your love, and know that you're flying with us on Crew 1.
Next, in seat number 4 today,
and the moon was rising over our house, and they pointed up there and said, "We have people there." And even at 4, I thought that just sounded like the best idea ever.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God.
I had seen a new class of astronauts that had been hired for the space shuttle, and I was reading in the newspaper what their qualifications were, and just going through some of them, I realized I can do that, and that was a big turning point. I'm Dr. Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut, and I am getting ready to fly on the Crew 1 mission to the International Space Station. Crew 1 is the first operational mission of the Crew Dragon vehicle to the International Space Station. I was not expecting the call to be assigned, and so anytime you get a flight assignment, it's tremendously exciting. I spent 6 months on the station previously in 2010, and I am so looking forward to getting back there and having another 6 months on the space station. There are so many things that you could do on station. What I like about it is every day really is different. You get up and you may be doing a biological experiment one day, you may be doing maintenance on equipment the next day, and then the day following that you'll be doing some sort of experiment in chemistry. What I have found being part of the International Space Station program, and not just Russia, but our colleagues in Japan and Europe and Canada, is that underneath it all, we all have the same goals and we all have the same passions. The Dragon spacecraft represents to me is just a continuing evolution of better computing power that's, evolved over the years and different ways that the crew can interact with the spacecraft. SpaceX is a very interesting company. There are so many young people. I always imagine it to be like it was in the early Apollo days at NASA, with so many young engineers so passionate about what they are doing. The important thing is we both have learned from each other, and now we've got a very strong bond on what we want to accomplish and how we need to accomplish it together. I do believe that human spaceflight is an imperative for our planet, and to be a part of that, to keep the progress going, I find very inspiring.
Crew 1 mission specialist Soichi Noguchi has spent 177 days in space, and this will be his third mission on an orbital spacecraft. Here's more on the first international partner to fly aboard Crew Dragon.
Soichi appears to be a very quiet person, and yet he comes out with some fantastic one-liners.
Soichi is probably the quietest, but he is probably the funniest as well.
Earlier, I used the word dignified to describe him, but his humor is very dry and subtle, but it is extremely witty, and it just makes it that much more funny.
Konnichiwa. My name is Soichi Noguchi. I am Mission Specialist 1 on Crew 1 mission to International Space Station. Well, my mission will be help support commander and the pilot on Crew Dragon. And of course, once I arrive on the space station, I'll be a board engineer and do lots of science and maintenance and spacewalks, robotics, all kinds of work. I'm really fortunate enough to have a good crew member. And obviously, we have a lot of a different background, and the diversity definitely gives us a great rigidity to our crew. I wanted to be an astronaut for a long time. High school days, I watched the shuttle launch. I studied aerodynamics and aerospace engineering. When I turned 30, Japanese Space Agency started recruiting another astronaut class. I was fortunate enough to be selected and sent immediately to Johnson Space Center. My first flight was 2005. That was on the Space Shuttle Discovery, STS-114. And the next flight was 2009. That was on the Russian Soyuz. The vehicle is definitely like living creature. All the pipes, all the pipelines are alive. I really remember the morning of the launch day. Arrived at the pad. Hey, this vehicle is alive and waiting to go up.
And liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery, beginning America's new journey to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
I'm really looking forward to go back to that launch day. The Crew 1 is the first operational spaceflight after the certification given by NASA. Important thing is this is brand new, designed from scratch, 21st century spacecraft, and this is a new design. And obviously the SpaceX did a very nice job. The spacecraft of this century is not just for America, but this is an international corporation, and all the other people around the world have a chance to ride on this Crew Dragon. So this is a new era.
So that's a look at our 4 crew members aboard the Crew Dragon. All 4 of them right now are asleep. We're just waiting for word coming up here in just a few seconds. The Crew Dragon will be performing a phasing burn. This will help correct the phasing of Crew Dragon and get them set up for the next major burn, which is the boost burn. It needs to be at the proper phasing to execute that boost burn. The boost burn being a 90-second burn. Once they execute that, it'll raise the apogee, or the highest point of Dragon's orbit, to just 10 kilometers below the station. That phase burn coming up here shortly. In fact, we're seeing some cues right now on our screen that they're actually slewing or moving the vehicle's position and attitude to the correct position to execute the maneuver.
Right. You know, and we've actually, if you've been keeping track and score, we've already had one phase burn. So this phase burn is different. It's kind of like a mid-course maneuver, a correction. The folks here in Hawthorne are monitoring the vehicle's position and speed and acceleration throughout the whole mission. And we realized we needed a little extra burn here to kind of get us in the right phase. That's what's happening now. It wasn't the plan, but these mid-course maneuvers, there's always time built in and remaining fuel for these maneuvers to happen.
That's right. Mission Control Hawthorne right next to us is continuing to monitor the Crew Dragon while the crew is asleep. The crew themselves configured Dragon for a sleep mode, configuring audio and lighting conditions, putting panels on the window so as not to be interrupted by the sun as they orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. That's quite a few sunrises that might interrupt your sleep when you're trying to get a good solid 8 hours. That sleep is coming actually to an end here in just about 2 hours, 2 hours and some change, 2 hours 20 minutes. That'll be the end of their sleep period. By then, we will have executed this this burn, which seems to be lighting up right now.
Right now, right. It's only a few. It's a pretty short burn.
It is
Just
only a few
couple
seconds. So we did see the burn execute. We're just standing by for word on the performance of that burn, making sure that everything is square.
More highlights from yesterday. Please stay tuned.
you just saw was a recap of the Crew 1 mission so far from launch until this point. Right now, inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft, our 4 crew members are asleep. They've been in their sleep period for about 6 hours of the scheduled 8 hours. Everything so far has been going right on schedule. They actually introduced another burn into the schedule, an additional phase burn to allow them to get to the proper phasing, which will allow them to execute the boost burn, the next major milestone, and firing of those forward bulkhead Dracos. That's scheduled just 1 hour from now. It looks like everything's going good for our crew members on board.
Yes, so you're all caught up now. You're on the same page as us. Let's now take a moment to learn a little more about the crew. First off, this will be the second space flight for Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins, a U.S. Air Force colonel. Here's more about the Missouri native who's already logged 166 days in space, 167 if you count yesterday.
That was a look at Victor Glover, the pilot for the Dragon vehicle. This will be his very first space flight.
And now we're going to show you a segment for Mission Commander Michael Hopkins.
right? That's one of the more critical phases of the flight, as you can imagine. You're very focused in, right? It can be a very emotional time. You're kind of pinching yourself because it's hard to believe that you're finally there.
Born in Lebanon, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and a flight test engineer. He was selected as an astronaut in 2009. He spent 166 days on the International Space Station, introducing NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins.
You know, it's funny. I mean, a lot of times people think of the dream of being an astronaut as something that a kid would have. And I remember when my wife and I first started dating at the University of Illinois, and I told her that I wanted to be an astronaut. She laughed at me and kind of said, "Are you serious?" But at the same time, she stuck with me throughout the years, and to have that dream come true is pretty amazing. My role on the Crew Dragon itself, as part of Crew 1, is the commander of the vehicle. We'll be launching to the International Space Station, and we're going to be doing a long-duration mission, a standard long-duration mission. One of the nice things about being on board the International Space Station is you have a lot of connectivity, believe it or not, with your family. And so I was able to call just about every day. My family means everything to me. It is the most important part of my life. My wife Julie, my son Ryan, my son Lucas, they are just such a huge part of this whole endeavor. You know, without family, it just wouldn't be as meaningful. The partnership that we have right now with SpaceX, it's pretty powerful. They bring a lot to the table. NASA brings a lot to the table. We've got a ton of experience in human spaceflight. When you're out there on a day-to-day basis and you're interacting with their engineers, and you're interacting with their trainers, and you're interacting with the people that are actually building the rockets and building the capsule itself, you really get to establish the relationships, the personal relationships. It's not just about the astronauts that are on board, but it's about the entire team at NASA and SpaceX that it's taken to launch this Crew 1 vehicle, and we couldn't do our job without them.
Next, in seat number 4, is Crew 1 mission specialist Dr. Shannon Walker, who flew previously on the Russian Soyuz, spending 163 days in space. Here's more on Dr. Walker, who will become the first woman to fly in a commercial orbital mission.
I always wanted to be an astronaut. I just turned 4 when we first landed on the moon, and I have very distinct memory of my parents taking me and my older sister out into the backyard, and the moon was rising over our house, and they pointed up there and said, "We have people there." And even at 4, I thought that just sounded like the best idea ever.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
I had seen a new class of astronauts that had been hired for the space shuttle, and I was reading in the newspaper what their qualifications were, and just going through some of them, I realized I can do that, and that was a big turning point. I'm Dr. Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut, and I am getting ready to fly on the Crew 1 mission to the International Space Station. Crew 1 is the first operational mission of the Crew Dragon vehicle to the International Space Station. I was not expecting the call to be assigned, and so anytime you get a flight assignment, it's tremendously exciting. I spent 6 months on the station previously in 2010, and I am so looking forward to getting back there and having another 6 months on the space station. There are so many things that you could do on station. What I like about it is every day really is different. You get up and you may be doing a biological experiment one day, you may be doing maintenance on equipment the next day, and then the day following that you'll be doing some sort of experiment in chemistry. What I have found being part of the International Space Station program, and not just Russia, but our colleagues in Japan and Europe and Canada, is that underneath it all, we all have the same goals and we all have the same passions. The Dragon spacecraft represents to me is just a continuing evolution of better computing power that's evolved over the years and different ways that the crew can interact with the spacecraft. SpaceX is a very interesting company. There are so many young people. I always imagine it to be like it was in the early Apollo days at NASA, with so many young engineers so passionate about what they are doing. The important thing is we both have learned from each other, and now we've got a very strong bond on what we want to accomplish and how we need to accomplish it together. I do believe that human spaceflight is an imperative for our planet, and to be a part of that, to keep the progress going, I find very inspiring.
Crew 1 mission specialist Soichi Noguchi has spent 177 days in space, and this will be his third mission in an orbital spacecraft. Here's more on the first international partner to fly aboard Crew Dragon.
Soichi appears to be a very quiet person, and yet he comes out with some fantastic one-liners.
Soichi is probably the quietest, but he is probably the funniest as well.
Earlier, I used the word dignified to describe him, but his humor is very dry and subtle, but it is extremely witty, and it just makes it that much more funny.
Konnichiwa. My name is Soichi Noguchi. I am Mission Specialist 1 on Crew 1 mission to International Space Station. Well, my mission will be help support the commander and the pilot on Crew Dragon. And of course, once I arrive on the space station, I'll be a board engineer and do lots of science and maintenance and spacewalks, robotics, all kinds of work. I'm really fortunate enough to have a good crew member. And obviously, we have a lot of a different background, and the diversity definitely gives us a great rigidity to our crew. I wanted to be an astronaut for a long time. High school days, I watched the shuttle launch. I studied aerodynamics and aerospace engineering. When I turned 30, Japanese Space Agency started recruiting another astronaut class. I was fortunate enough to be selected and sent immediately to Johnson Space Center. My first flight was 2005. That was on the Space Shuttle Discovery, STS-114. And the next flight was 2009. That was on the Russian Soyuz. The vehicle is definitely like living creature. All the pipes, all the pipelines are alive. I really remember the morning of the launch day. I arrived at the pad. Hey, this vehicle is alive and waiting to go up.
And liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery, beginning America's new journey to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
I'm really looking forward to go back to that launch day. The Crew 1 is the first operational spaceflight after the certification given by NASA. Important thing is this is brand new, designed from scratch, 21st century spacecraft, and this is a new design. And obviously the SpaceX did a very nice job. The spacecraft of this century is not just for America, but this is an international corporation, and all the other people around the world have a chance to ride on this Crew Dragon. So this is a new era.
It's cool to learn more about the crew, and it's really cool to see them in their new SpaceX spacesuits. Our team here designed our spacesuit to maximize safety and functionality, while also throwing in a little style factor. Here's Chris Trigg and Maria Sundin telling us how the suit came to be.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. So the suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuits is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit, provides them hearing protection, and the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications, it's providing the air to cool the suit, and then it also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had to design the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreens, but the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit, so all of those things had to come together within the glove. It'll be obviously really amazing to see Bob and Doug in their flight suits, and I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware, it's not just a suit, it's a very personal thing. It's Bob's suit and it's Doug's suit. And so seeing the two of them in their suits, using it in flight will be just a really amazing thing.
We're continuing our coverage of the Crew 1 mission. 4 astronauts are on their way to the International Space Station aboard Crew Dragon Resilience. You may notice that it's been pretty quiet recently.
7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:27 p.m. here in California. Those Merlin engines ignited and Falcon 9 lifted off.
Stretch of their sleep period, just in a little... Actually, just about an hour exactly from now, an hour and maybe 10 minutes, they'll get the wake-up call and start going through some of those next procedures. We're going to be listening in to see what that wake-up music is. Just recently, we performed a phase burn. This was on top of the phase burn that we performed just after orbital insertion. This phase burn was to correct the station's orbit, just make sure that everything is in line for the boost burn. This is the next major burn after the first phase burn. This boost burn is going to raise Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, to just 10 kilometers. That's coming up in 20 minutes. Now, while we wait for that milestone and while the crew sleeps, let's recap the mission thus far. Launch day preparations started early for our crew members. About 4 hours prior to launch on Sunday, the crew completed their final medical checks before joining the SpaceX team to get into their spacesuits. After suit up in the NASA operations and checkout building, the crew walked out, waving for some final farewells to their family and friends waiting outside. Next destination for the crew was the launch pad. It was about a 20-minute Tesla ride to pad 39A, where the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon spacecraft were waiting for them. 2.5 hours prior to launch, the crew ingressed or entered the Crew Dragon spacecraft, walking over that crew access arm and getting a last look out of those windows at Florida's Space Coast, heading into the White Room and eventually the spacecraft. 40 minutes prior to launch, the crew access arm retracted, and at T-minus 35 minutes before liftoff, the launch escape system was armed, allowing the Crew Dragon to escape the Falcon 9 on the launch pad or upon ascent should there be any anomaly with the vehicle. But it wasn't needed, as we saw a smooth ride into orbit on Sunday. With 35 minutes to go until launch, propellant loading began, filling the fuel tanks for those 9 Merlin M1D engines. And just 5 minutes before launch, Dragon entered terminal count, meaning its onboard computers took control of the vehicle.
Then, at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:27 p.m. here in California, those Merlin engines ignited and Falcon 9 lifted off from Space Launch Complex 39A in the darkness of night, marking the second time humans rode Dragon into orbit. With Falcon 9 first stage at full power, our crew began their journey to the International Space Station. And just after the T+9 minute mark, the first stage successfully landed on the autonomous spaceport drone ship stationed down the Atlantic Ocean. This first stage will actually be brought back to shore, refurbished and reused on the Crew 2 mission in spring of 2021. A few minutes after that successful landing, we had spacecraft separation, where we saw the Dragon capsule Resilience flying free.
About 45 minutes after liftoff, Dragon executed the phase burn, the first of 5 major burns required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station. Our initial orbit after Dragon separated from Falcon 9 was 210 kilometers by 190 kilometers. Those values represent the orbit apogee, or the highest point over the Earth, and the perigee, or the lowest point over the Earth. That means the orbit isn't exactly a perfect circle. We're going to see Dragon raise its orbit using the Draco thrusters over the coming hours, in fact, in just a few minutes, as it chases down the space station. Now, once the crew wakes up in a little more than an hour, we'll have a number of events that will eventually lead to docking targeted for 8 p.m. Pacific time. However, there are still a couple of milestones to occur while the Dragon crew is still asleep. Before the Dragon crew wakes up, we'll execute the boost burn and the close co-elliptic burn.
Yes, immediately the boost burn is targeted to start at 8:20 a.m. Pacific time, and it'll last about 90 seconds. After this burn, our crew will be in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, the highest point in the orbit, will be 10 kilometers below that of the station's orbit. We'll have just 3 major burns left before we get to integrated operations and Dragon's final approach. The next burn, the third burn that was planned for this approach phase, will happen just before the crew wakes up. It's the close co-elliptic burn, and it will occur at approximately 9:02 a.m. Pacific time. This close co-elliptic burn will place Dragon on an orbit that is roughly co-elliptic with the space station. That means that we maintain that 10-kilometer lower altitude from the station the entire way around the Earth. That's in contrast to only being 10 kilometers lower during Dragon's apogee that the boost burn achieved. The close burn will be another long firing of Dragon's Draco thrusters, and will actually last just over 10 minutes.
At about 9:10 a.m. Pacific time, it'll be time for our 4 crew members to wake up. About an hour after they wake up, they'll be able to enjoy some breakfast. At 2:45 p.m. Pacific, we'll execute the 4th maneuver, known as the transfer burn. This is where we're raising Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers below the station. Then we'll round everything out with a final co-elliptic burn at 3:31 p.m. Pacific to once again maintain a constant orbit lower than the station. This time, just 2.5 kilometers below. This will be a shorter burn, lasting just over 30 seconds. Then we'll get into the approach initiation and final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also where we start integrated operations between the Dragon control teams here in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition to integrated operations roughly 45 minutes prior to approach initiation.
During that approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles. It sets up a data stream directly from Dragon to the station, gives another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground, and gives an additional command capability to the ISS astronauts. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for that methodical approach to the ISS.
At approximately 6:30 p.m. Pacific, Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon's about 2.5 kilometers below the station and just about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters, or about a quarter mile, directly below the station. This maneuver will also move Dragon inside one of 2 checkpoints around the station that requires a set of go and no-go polls with the different control teams. The first checkout is called the approach ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called, the AE. It's an imaginary shape.
At this point, any aborts will have to be done automatically by Dragon.
And that's really the moment we're all waiting for when the crew arrives at the space station. Dragon will fly in and make contact with the IDA, the International Docking Adapter, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate that it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place and give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station. The station crew, namely Kate Rubins, will manually pressurize the vestibule, or the area in between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. Meanwhile, the umbilicals that provide power and audio and data connections from the station to Dragon are put in place. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come just about 2.5 hours following docking.
So we can see Crew Dragon has a busy morning ahead, and work is also picking up aboard the International Space Station. So let's head over to Mission Control Houston for an update from NASA's Sandra Jones.
Thanks, Michael and Gary. The teams here in Mission Control Houston are continuing to prepare for docking and crew arrival. They're being led by Flight Director Paul Konya during this Orbit 2 shift and are currently working in the White Flight Control Room. Teams in Houston are rotating and alternating flight control rooms from shift to shift to prevent contact between teams between their shifts. At this hour, the International Space Station crew is awake. The trio of space inhabitants includes NASA astronaut Kate Rubins and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kutsverkov, who arrived to the space station in October. Later this week on Wednesday, Ryzhikov and Kutsverkov will venture outside the space station's hatch to complete an EVA, or extravehicular activity, also known as a spacewalk. They'll be installing a new fluid regulator system on the Zarya module and collecting external experiments. You can watch the spacewalk live. It begins at 8:30 a.m. Central Time and will be providing coverage on NASA TV. Meanwhile, on station, NASA astronaut Kate Rubins has already completed several milestones in preparation for docking and crew arrival. Rubins just set up cameras to capture the exciting moment and also completed a rendezvous conference with ground controllers to review Crew Dragon procedures in preparation for this docking. She's now moved into her pre-sleep period and will be heading to sleep around 11:30 a.m. Central Time. She'll wake up around 8 p.m. Central Time, and finally, it will be the moment we've all been waiting for. Rubens will be in the cupola of the International Space Station as Crew Dragon begins its approach initiation burn to bring it below the station and then in front of the station for the final approach before docking. Once the hooks are driven to form a hard mate between the Dragon and station, which is scheduled for 10 p.m. Central Time, Rubens will then work in tandem with the Crew 1 astronauts of Michael Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi to equalize pressure to ensure there's a tight seal between Crew Dragon and the space station before they open the hatch and greet their new crew members who will become members of the Expedition 64 crew at the time they float through the station's Harmony module. This will bring the crew count on board station to 7. Everything's still a go on the station side for an on-time docking. For now, back over to you, Gary and Michael.
Any questions for us, just use the hashtag AskNASA. This first one comes from Scott. He's asking, how does the crew sleep in Crew Dragon? I feel like we've been getting this question a lot, Mike.
Yeah, first off, they sleep very well, it seems like. But no, you've probably seen those used earlier on some of the recap videos, you know, those seats they sit in, kind of those bucket-looking seats. They sleep in those as well. Before sleep process began, they took off their spacesuits, changed into something more casual, began to settle down, had a meal, turn off some of the lights in the cabin, put covers over the windows because they encounter a lot of sunrises and sunsets in a short period of time. And then, yeah, it's kind of lights out. And the only thing that maybe may awake them for a minute or two would be some of these burns coming up. So, another question we have here, can the Dragon crew be spotted from Earth with bare eye or maybe even a telescope?
Oh, that's a good one. I actually had a very similar question asked to me during the Demo 2 mission. Someone asked, hey, I think I see something trailing the International Space Station. Is that the Crew Dragon?
Moved into her pre-sleep period and will be heading to sleep around 11:30 a.m. Central Time. She'll wake up around 8 p.m. Central Time, and finally, it will be the moment we've all been waiting for. Rubens will be in the cupola of the International Space Station as Crew Dragon begins its approach initiation burn to bring it below the station and then in front of the station for the final approach before docking. Once the hooks are driven to form a hard mate between the Dragon and station, which is scheduled for 10 p.m. Central Time, Rubens will then work in tandem with the Crew 1 astronauts of Michael Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi to equalize pressure to ensure there's a tight seal between Crew Dragon and the space station before they open the hatch and greet their new crew members who will become members of the Expedition 64 crew at the time they float through the station's Harmony module. This will bring the crew count on board station to 7. Everything's still a go on the station side for an on-time docking. For now, back over to you, Gary and Michael.
Thank you, Sandra. We've waited for a couple hours for a major milestone event, and we're now awaiting the boost burn. It's just about 7 minutes away. After a calculated time based on our orbital data, depending on what it shows us, this boost burn will initiate and raise Dragon's orbit to just 10 kilometers lower than the station, followed by the close co-elliptic burn about an hour later that places Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. This means we're maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station all the way around Earth. So that boost burn is targeted for just 7 minutes away from now, and it lasts about 90 seconds. After this burn, our crew will be in an orbit that at Dragon's apogee, or its highest point, will be 10 kilometers lower than the station. After this burn, 3 more major burns to go before we go to those integrated operations and Dragon's final approach.
Now, while we wait for the boost burn to begin, why don't we take a few questions from social media? If you have any questions for us, just use the hashtag AskNASA. This first one comes from Scott. He's asking, how does the crew sleep in Crew Dragon? I feel like we've been getting this question a lot, Mike.
Yeah, first off, they sleep very well, it seems like. But no, you've probably seen those used earlier on some of the recap videos, you know, those seats they sit in, those bucket-looking seats. They sleep in those as well. Before sleep process process began. They took off their spacesuits, changed into something more casual.
And really you can just open them up and eat them. Now once you get to the International Space Station, you have a huge variety of freeze-dried foods. Now those are just really dehydrated foods, and they need to be rehydrated. They come in small packages and they look like they're sort of vacuum sealed. You just put them into a machine that introduces water into that. You squeeze it up a little bit. Sometimes you can even heat them up, and you'll have a huge variety of meals. That's actually one of the things that they've introduced to long-duration expeditions. One of those things we've learned on the International Space Station is variety is actually a very important element of food on the International Space Station. Variety is one of those important things. Also, of course, taste. And I think one of the highlights that we always seem to get is they want their food to be spicier. So we do have some condiments aboard the station as well. Now we're just 2 minutes away from that boost burn. We'll continue to take your questions. This next one comes from
is generally the third brightest object in the sky. First is, of course, the sun, then the moon, then the International Space Station right behind that. Now, of course, I guess Crew Dragon is going to have to make that list as one of the brighter objects in the sky. If you want to see the International Space Station passing over your head, we do have a website for that. Just go to spotthestation.com. You can type in where you live, and then you can get some updates on when the International Space Station will be passing over your area and will be visible. It'll tell you when it will be visible and where in the sky that you can look for it. These questions that are coming in are great. This next one comes from KT Skywalker. What's the most amount of people?
International Space Station, it is an orbiting laboratory. There are a lot of science experiments, a lot of facilities that are designed for very specific things. You got 3D printing, you got stuff for biological samples, you got some crew observation things, you got some physics experiments that are just absorbing billions of cosmic particles, all aboard just one complex, the International Space Station. Some really great stuff happening there. Now we're just 20 seconds away from the planned boost burn, so we're going to pause right there on questions. They've been great so far. Keep sending them in using the hashtag AskNASA. We're just going to take a moment to pause and listen in and make sure that this boost burn is executing as we planned. Just a few seconds until that's executed.
Into that, you squeeze it up a little bit. Sometimes you can even heat them up, and you'll have a huge variety of meals. That's actually one of the things that they've introduced to long-duration expeditions. One of those things we've learned on the
All four of those forward bulkhead Dracos are providing thrust. That should increase the velocity of the Crew Dragon by just a bit, enough to raise its orbit. That apogee of the orbit, the very highest point, to just 10 kilometers below the station. That's not too far away.
We're getting there. So what we're going to wait to hear is the conclusion of that burn and confirmation that burn was nominal.
Now again, we just had a phase burn not too long ago, about 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. The phase burn just corrected the phasing of the Crew Dragon to get it in line for this exact moment, the boost burn. Of course, there was a large gap in between the initial phase burn that occurred shortly after orbital insertion. And just
you know, what is the purpose of the International Space Station? It is an orbiting laboratory. There are a lot of science experiments, a lot of facilities that are designed for very specific things. You got 3D printing, you got stuff for biological samples, you got some crew observation things, you got some physics experiments that are just absorbing billions of cosmic particles, all aboard just one complex, the International Space Station. Some really great stuff happening there. Now we're just 20 seconds away from the planned boost burn, so we're going to pause right there on questions. They've been great so far. Keep sending them in using the hashtag AskNASA. We're just going to take a moment to pause and listen in and make sure that this boost burn is executing as we
now at 9:02 a.m. Pacific time. To recap, the close co-elliptic burn will place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. It takes that 10 kilometers just at apogee and rounds out the orbit, so we're 10 kilometers lower than the station all the way around the Earth. That's in contrast just an apogee being at 10 kilometers. This close burn will be a long firing, longer than this one we just experienced. It's going to be about just over 10 minutes, 600 seconds.
Now again, we did have confirmation of a good boost burn. That boost burn performing nominally. 4 forward bulkhead Dracos firing for 90 seconds and getting us towards that apogee that will be at its peak. Again, the apogee, the highest point, at just 10 kilometers. Now while we wait, While we wait for the next milestone, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the Crew 1 mission thus far. Again, shortly after orbital insertion, we had a phasing burn to get us into the proper phasing. That phasing burn came a little bit later as well, actually just at 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. That got us to the point now where we've just completed the boost burn. That got us right in line where we needed to be to perform that. Soon we'll have the close co-elliptic burn. That's a 10-minute burn. Michael, as you were just saying, that's just 45 minutes from now. Shortly after that, if the burn doesn't do it, the music will, and because right after that burn is when the crew is scheduled to wake up. Right now we're at the very, sort of towards the end of the crew's sleep period. We're at the 7th hour of 8 scheduled for.
That's not too far away.
Getting there, we're getting there. So what we're going to wait to hear is the conclusion of that burn and confirmation that burn was nominal.
Now again, we just had a phase burn not too long ago, about 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. The phase burn just corrected the phasing of the Crew Dragon to get it in line for this exact moment, the boost burn. Of course, there was a large gap in between the initial phase burn that occurred shortly after orbital insertion. And just... All right, it looks like the burn here is wrapping up. All right, we just got confirmation from Mission Control that we have a good nominal burn on the boost burn, that 90-second burn performing as planned. We're one step closer to the International Space Station.
That's right. 2 down, 3 to go. The next milestone is set to take place, also where all the crew sleeps, is that close co-elliptic burn. It's about 40 minutes from now at 9:02 a.m. Pacific time. To recap, the close co-elliptic burn will place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. It takes that 10 kilometers just at apogee and rounds out the orbit, so we're 10 kilometers lower than the station all the way around the Earth. That's in contrast just an apogee being at 10 kilometers. This close burn will be a long firing, longer than this one we just experienced. It's going to be about just over 10 minutes, 600 seconds.
Now again, we did have confirmation of a good boost burn. That boost burn performing nominally. 4 forward bulkhead Dracos firing for 90 seconds and getting us towards that apogee that will be at its peak. Again, the apogee, the highest point, at just 10 kilometers. Now, while we wait... While we wait for the next milestone, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the Crew 1 mission thus far. Again, shortly after orbital insertion, we had a phasing burn to get us into the proper phasing. That phasing burn came a little bit later as well, actually just at 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. Just like the burn we've just completed now, the boost burn gets us to 10 kilometers at apogee, transfer burn gets us to 2.5, and then we'll perform another co-elliptic burn. This one's the final co-elliptic burn that helps us to maintain that orbit 2.5 kilometers below the International Space Station. After that, really, we have completed the rendezvous operations, because the next couple of milestones after that is a whole new phase of flight. That's approach and docking. Once we get into that, there's a whole new set of flight rules where Dragon is working hand in hand with the International Space Station teams, the Dragon teams and the International Space Station teams, to get us ever closer to the station, towards that final moment, the one we're all looking for today, docking.
Right, and as we await the next milestone, that close co-elliptic burn about 40 minutes from now, we'd like to show you some flight day highlights from yesterday to kind of catch you up to what got us to where we're at now.
This is NASA TV.
You're looking at the Crew Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9 rocket set to carry 3 American astronauts and 1 Japanese astronaut to the International Space Station in just a few hours. Today begins the first full-duration science mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program.
At 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi will lift off from this historic launch complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center and begin their 6-month journey in orbit. This mission, known as Crew 1, will be the first American launched mission with astronauts aboard since the Demo 2 test flight this past summer.
And here's our first live look inside the suit-up room.
Wow, it is so exciting to see this, isn't it? All 4 of them.
Yeah, it's just, okay, so there's a look at Commander, that looks like Mike Hopkins.
Yeah. So each astronaut has an assigned crew team member to make sure they're part of our suit-up team. And that suit-up lead or assigned crew member is essentially responsible for communicating any feedback, making sure that we're getting thumbs up, verbal goes, that everything is fitting well and is comfortable.
And here they come, walking down the hall.
Quite peppy there.
Yeah, so cool. They're looking for people. They're looking for the people that have helped them all along the way, too, and wanting to make eye contact.
Yep. That banner behind them in the elevator holds the signatures of many of the team members who worked so hard to make sure that this spacecraft and rocket is as safe as possible for this crew. Here they come. The Crew 1 astronauts now beginning their journey to the launch pad ahead of this historic mission to the International Space Station.
outside the ONC building. We have friends and family gathered there for final goodbyes prior to liftoff with our astronauts.
And that's a very different thing to the shuttle days. The last time we saw our families would have been at what we called the wave across the ditch, the day before launch. And typically for shuttle launches, you would have employees and, people that would come out to wish us well. I think it's a very special thing that the crew's families get that up close and personal right before they get into the crew transport vehicles to the pad.
You notice everyone keeping is a safe distance here, but that distance would be enforced regardless of whether COVID-19 was a factor in what's going on. That distance is maintained regardless.
I can't get a good read at the license plate this time, but I remember for Demo 2 they said ISS bound.
Yeah, that's good.
I think another one might say later Earth.
This is Core on countdown 1 for timeline. The crew is departing for the pad on schedule.
All right, so we just heard the call out from the Corps that the crew is departing for the pad, and they are right on schedule. Again, they are leaving the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, now beginning a 20-minute ride, 20 minutes or so across NASA's Kennedy Space Center. They're going to drive right behind where we're sitting. We can't wait for that, and out to Launch Pad 39A. Okay, and here's our first look at that level where they come out of the elevator. Now they're going to make their way around because they have a handful of stairs to climb to get up to the level where the crew access arm is. That's that long suspended walkway. So here they go up the steps.
Oh, look how beautiful.
It's been a long time since I've had the privilege of being up there and seeing that view up in person, but it is just, words don't do it justice.
Yeah.
Okay, and so this will be Victor and Soichi now approaching the pad. So Mike and Shannon got a head start. Victor and Soichi are making their way to the elevator now. I wonder if they're going to stop and
they got it.
Strain, or maybe they've already done that to get a look up. And we're having a lot of fun here. We know the crew is having a blast. There they are.
Again.
I knew they were going to do it. Here's a look inside the crew access arm from the inside.
I love this shot.
Yeah.
When this was being designed, it was definitely a forward-thinking design that we went with. We really wanted it to encapsulate the experience of the next era of spaceflight, really wanting to make it look futuristic, as with the suits and the capsule itself. We now see Shannon adding her signature to the wall. So in keeping with tradition, we painted this room white, and the advanced team, once again, I'll talk about them. Part of their responsibility, also making sure that there's a Sharpie on hand so that crew members can add their names to our signature wall. Bob and Doug did this prior to their flight, and I love that this is really the last thing you do before you get in our spaceship. I just love that there's an opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the list of names grow over time.
Hi. I feel like he's watching us.
It's hard to see in that shot, but I'm very happy to say that we got blue skies and a couple of puffy white clouds working with us. So while it might look a little overcast on the screen, we're pretty happy with what we've got at the moment.
And you can see the little shadows of them moving along through the windows into the white room. Mm-hmm. Almost there.
I love this view inside Crew Dragon, and as you saw, there are 4 seats configured right now, and they're numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when you're looking at the seats. Mike Hopkins is in seat 2, that's the commander's seat, and then Victor Glover will be beside him in seat 3. That for Crew Dragon is the pilot seat. Soichi Noguchi is in seat 1, and Shannon Walker is in seat 4.
Once they're all finished getting buckled in, those seats will also rotate into launch position. Right now, it does look like they're a little further away from those display panels, but once they rotate backwards, those display panels will be right in front of them and easy to access.
Now we're coming up on T-minus 47 minutes, and the SpaceX team is finishing up their go, no go polls. We're waiting for a few more people to give the electronic thumbs up so that then the SpaceX launch director can check that item off and then proceed into the remainder of the countdown, which will include propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes.
Poll is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch.
And it looks like the crew access arm has already begun to retract away. Just a beautiful sight.
So this is one of the last major visual milestones that we have before launch.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Okay, right on time. And a great view of Dragon sitting on top of the Falcon 9 as we're continuing to load liquid oxygen onto both the first and second stages. The RP-1 kerosene fuel is now completely loaded on both Stage 1 and Stage 2. All continues to go well, just under 6 minutes to launch.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Dragon is on internal power. Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for Strombeck retract.
And as you can hear those sounds, like Soichi Noguchi said, the vehicle is alive.
Dragon to countdown. FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is a startup and is now controlling.
50 seconds now until liftoff. That FTS you heard is flight termination.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX, this is Resilient. Roger, go.
Go for launch, and at 37 seconds, the International Space Station flying over Kennedy Space Center.
All for one, Crew 1 for all.
Crew Dragon poised to go catch it. Seconds till liftoff.
T-minus 15 seconds. Falcon 9 is configured for flight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
To hear, Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
As 30 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9. Stage 1 is preparing to throttle down. This is in preparation for Max Q, which is maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Stage 1, throttle down.
There's that call out for throttle down.
Power and telemetry continue to be nominal for the vehicle, now traveling at 262 meters per second.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There's that call out. The Falcon 9 is supersonic, and we will be passing through Max Q here shortly, the largest structural load during ascent.
Max Q.
There's that call out. That Falcon has passed through Max Q.
1 Bravo.
And we've just entered Stage 1 Bravo abort mode. That's going to take them through the end of the first stage burning just before second stage activates off the coast of North Carolina. T+1 minute and 40 seconds into flight. Dragon and Falcon 9 traveling 709 meters per second. That call that MVAC chill is underway, the Merlin vacuum engine.
Now with the call out of MVAC-D Chillin, similar to what we saw in the first stage Merlin engines, the second stage engine being prepared for its ignition coming up in just over 30 seconds from now. We're a half a minute away from 3 quick events in rapid succession. We're going to get main engine cut off. The 9 Merlin engines will throttle down and then shut down. We're going to get stage separation.
Stage 1 throttle down.
And then ignition of the second stage engine. We've begun the throttle down in preparation for stage separation.
And we have
2 Alpha.
stage separation confirmed.
And you see that stage separation has confirmed. There goes that MVAC engine. Stage 2. Crew 1 is now on their way to the International Space Station. On the right side of your screen, you see stage 2 continuing to burn. Over on the left-hand side is stage 1 preparing for its return to Earth.
And we've got ignition of the entry burn, center engine, followed by the other 2 restart engines. First stage now getting ready to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is about a 29-second burn, and it's designed to slow the vehicle way down. We're going to shed about 70% of the velocity of that dropping first stage by the time this landing burn completes.
MVAC shutdown.
And we've got shutdown of the second stage engine on time.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion. Launch escape system is disarmed. And SpaceX copies.
And Leah, the words we like to hear, a nominal orbit insertion.
That's right, John. Nominal orbit insertion, as we mentioned, stage 2. Oh, looks like some action on stage 1. And I believe we've had a touchdown on the drone ship.
We've got stage 1 has touched down on the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. But now the more important news, second stage is in orbit, right where we want, right on time, and we're getting ready for a next major activity, which will be Dragon spacecraft separation. Now, currently on the second stage, we are essentially venting pressure, purging the engine out, making sure everything is quiet in preparation.
Take a look. That's inside Crew Dragon right now. Our Crew 1 crew now coasting in low Earth orbit, still attached to that second stage. In just a couple of minutes, we should see that second stage separate, and Crew Dragon will be flying free. And separation confirmed. You can see that second stage departing. Crew Dragon leaving it behind. Confirmation from teams on the ground and the crew. You can see them monitoring those 3 display panels, monitoring their journey to the International Space Station and where they are in the world right now, or over the world, I should say.
And Dragon SpaceX, just for timeline awareness, burn is in about just under 1 minute.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m. here in Hawthorne. As you can see and hear behind us, the manufacturing floor is picking up and getting busy, just like how our 4-person crew in the Dragon capsule will be waking up soon, following their 8 hours of rest. But first, we have our next major burn. Coming up in about a minute is the close co-elliptic burn. This will place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. That means we're maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station all the way around the Earth. Now that's in contrast to being only 10 kilometers below the station during Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, which is achieved by the boost burn about 40 minutes ago. This close co-elliptic burn will be another long firing of Dragon's Draco thrusters that will last about 10 minutes.
Now, just as a reminder, Dragon has 16 different thrusters available for these on-orbit maneuvers. The 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters primarily are used for these bigger delta velocity maneuvers. The 12 service section Draco thrusters around Dragon's base are used for attitude and low impulse translational control. A mix of each have been used for each of these burns, and we have redundancy built into Dragon if we run into issues with any of the thrusters during our mission. Now the Dragon is currently in a position, it has fixed its attitude, getting ready for the burn coming up here in really just a few seconds. All right, we have confirmation that the burn has started. This is the closed co-elliptic burn. This burn will last just over 10 minutes and will place Dragon in orbit again, roughly co-elliptic with the space station, meaning we're maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers below the station the entire way around the Earth. That's in contrast to only being 10 kilometers below the station during Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, which was achieved by the boost burn just about 45 minutes ago.
And like Gary mentioned, Dragon has those 16 different Draco thrusters available for these maneuvers. The 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters are really doing the main work here. They're used for these high delta velocity maneuvers. The other 12 Draco thrusters around the service section are responsible for attitude, things like roll, pitch, and yaw, as well as translational control. We typically use a mix of each of these for these burns, and there's redundancy, right? If one weren't to fire or one isn't responsive, the others can take up that task.
Now this is the last major burn during the crew's sleep period. They are about to wake up here in just a few minutes. They have gotten plenty of rest. They have a scheduled 8 hours, but actually we saw them get into their sleep positions even a little bit earlier than that. They were configuring. They got into very comfortable clothes and have been situated in their seats, taking a very restful nap. Really very little activity. We really haven't been hearing any communications with the crew, just so as not to disturb them. Only 2 burns were scheduled through that sleep period. We did introduce another burn, the phase burn, that occurred at about 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. That burn at 6:50 really just corrected the phase slightly so as to prepare us for the boost burn, which raised the Dragon's apogee, the highest point in its orbit, to just 10 kilometers. This burn we're undergoing right now, this 10-minute close burn, that's going to help us maintain that 10-kilometer orbit right under the station.
That's right, and this burn is still going strong. It'll go strong for about another 7 more minutes. In the meantime, we'll take some of your questions from social media. If you have any questions for us, just tweet to us at NASA using the hashtag AskNASA, and we can answer some questions for you. One question we have that we kind of answered a little bit, but to have a little more to talk about, was asking what kind of biology experiments, if any, does Crew 1 have planned? One that I was kind of looking up for Expedition 64 is their bioasteroid program, where essentially they are taking some microbes and they're exposing them to regolith, or kind of extraplanetary rocks and dirt and soil, and instead of us having to mine that regolith for chemicals and elements, the microbes kind of do that for us. So it's a case of working smarter, not harder, using organic microbes. Pretty cool stuff.
They also have some radishes on board. I know they were delivered very recently aboard the Cygnus cargo vehicle, the Northrop Grumman Cygnus, on its CRS-14 mission. That delivered some radishes, just one of the many plants that they grow on board the International Space Station. They've grown some red romaine lettuce. They've grown some Mizuna plants. Radishes are just one of those things that looks like it could be one of those crops that grows very effectively and provides enough nutrition tradition for the crew that may go further into space. So this next question comes from Manuela. Is this some kind of tradition to bring plushie to the flight? Michael, I think they're referencing the toy, which we saw on Crew 1 was the Baby Yoda that we saw floating around.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, it's kind of a tradition for astronauts to bring toys into space, and they like to kind of tie them to a string and watch them flight around. They're kind of called a zero-gravity indicator, but they usually have some kind of sentimental value. Usually they're something that means something to kids, but I think everyone can agree right now, Baby Yoda, the child, and the Mandalorian, pretty big deal right now. He's somehow smuggled his way from the Razor Crest to the Resilience on his way to the space station.
All right, and we're hearing really good performance calls on that closed co-elliptic burn. We're nearly halfway through that burn. Again, it's a 10-minute burn. We're just about at the 5-minute mark, a little bit less than 5 minutes, and we heard that the burn so far is performing nominally. So while this continues to burn, we're again halfway through it.
Activity. We really haven't been hearing any communications with the crew, just so as not to disturb them. Only 2 burns were scheduled through that sleep period. We did introduce another burn, the phase burn, that occurred at about 6:50 a.m. Pacific time. That burn at 6:50 really just corrected the phase slightly so as to prepare us for the boost burn, which raised the Dragon's apogee, the highest point in its orbit, to just 10 kilometers. This burn we're undergoing right now, this 10-minute close burn, that's going to help us maintain that 10-kilometer orbit right under the station.
That's right, and this burn is still going strong. It'll go strong for about another 7 more minutes. In the meantime, we'll take some of your questions from social media. If you have any questions for us, just tweet to us at NASA using the hashtag AskNASA, and we can answer some questions for you. One question we have that we kind of answered a little bit, but to have a little more to talk about, was asking what kind of biology experiments, if any, does Crew 1 have planned? One that I was kind of looking up for Expedition 64 is their bioasteroid program, where essentially they are taking some microbes and they're exposing them to regolith, or kind of extraplanetary rocks and dirt and soil, and instead of us having to mine that regolith for chemicals and elements, the microbes kind of do that for us. So it's a case of working smarter, not harder, using organic microbes. Pretty cool stuff.
They also have some radishes on board. I know they were delivered very recently aboard the Cygnus cargo vehicle, the Northrop Grumman Cygnus, on its CRS-14 mission. That delivered some radishes, just one of the many plants that they grow on board the International Space Station. They've grown some red romaine lettuce. They've grown some Mizuna plants. Radishes are just one of those things that looks like it could be one of those crops that grows very effectively and provides enough nutrition for the crew that may go further into space. So this next question comes from Manuela. Is this some kind of tradition to bring plushie to the flight? Michael, I think they're referencing the toy, which we saw on Crew 1 was the Baby Yoda that we saw floating around.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, it's kind of a tradition for astronauts to bring toys into space, and they like to kind of tie them to a string and watch them flight around. They're kind of called a zero-gravity indicator, but they usually have some kind of sentimental value. Usually they're something that means something to kids, but I think everyone can agree right now, Baby Yoda, the child, and the Mandalorian, pretty big deal right now. He's somehow smuggled his way from the Razor Crest to the Resilience on his way to the space station.
All right, and we're hearing really good performance calls on that closed co-elliptic burn. We're nearly halfway through that burn. Again, it's a 10-minute burn. We're just about at the 5-minute mark, a little bit less than 5 minutes, and we heard that the burn so far is performing nominally. So while this continues to burn, we're again halfway through it. Keep sending in those questions using the hashtag AskNASA. This next one comes from SpaceX Fan. When they dock and they get into the ISS, will they start work immediately, or will they get the day off, then work? So they are just about to come out of their sleep period, right? So this closed co-elliptic burn is that final burn. In just a few short minutes, they'll get the wake-up call to begin some of the next phases of their flight, completing the rendezvous operations, which requires 2 more major burns, and then eventually entering into the approach and docking phase. It's going to be a very long day for them. So by the time they enter into the International Space Station, station. We'll conduct a welcome ceremony, have some VIPs give them a call, and they'll be able to give some words, their first words of what the experience was like riding on Dragon and arriving to the International Space Station. Very shortly after that, they'll conduct a safety briefing, really, and then that's it. And then that's their day. They're going to go right into a pre-sleep period and then go to bed.
Yeah, so they aren't going to do the normal work on the space station, but it's a lot of events are planned for their entire day today. We do have more questions to answer, but we are just about a minute away. Maybe we squeeze in one more. We have a question from Ananda saying, how is Cargo Dragon docking different from Crew Dragon docking on the ISS? To kind of simply explain it, what really separates the two is what happens at the very end. Both Cargo and Crew Dragon make the trip to the space station. Crew Dragon would actually not dock, but the term is berth. They would get very close, and then the space station with its Canada arm would pull the capsule in and dock it. The Crew Dragon, the Dragon vehicle today, does all this on its own. It'll go up to the ISS and become soft captured, hard captured. It does all that final navigation on its own, which makes the process much easier, much more autonomous for both the crew on the Dragon and the crew on the ISS.
And we do have the next generation of Cargo Dragon craft coming to the International Space Station very shortly. In just a few short weeks, we're set to launch the CRS-21 mission. This is a SpaceX CRS-20 mission. It is a Cargo Dragon, but it does dock. And it's going to dock on the other international docking adapter on the International Space Station. There are two. The Crew Dragon later today, is going to dock to the very forward end of the space station. This Cargo Dragon will dock to the zenith end. That's the space-facing side. If you're looking at the International Space Station as it's configured, as you expect it to be configured, it'll go right on top. Now we just have about 2 more minutes into this burn before it's complete. We're still seeing really good performance on it. 4 forward bulkhead Dracos continuing to fire. Again, this is the final burn during the crew's sleep period. Just to recap some of the burns we've seen so far, we saw another phasing burn that was introduced into the plan. This was just to correct some of the phasing and make sure that we were set up for the next major burn, which was the boost burn that occurred just about 45 minutes ago. That was a really short firing compared to what we're seeing now. This is a long 10-minute burn, but that boost burn was really just a minute and a half, and that just raised the apogee, or the highest point in the orbit, to 10 kilometers. What the closed burn is doing is increasing the velocity by quite a bit, 57.7 meters per second. But that really helps us to maintain 10 kilometers below the orbit, really just below the space station, really just maintaining that orbit. This is the next major milestone. We'll check out how everything is going. It'll be some time until we perform the next burn. That's called the transfer burn. It's a 44-second burn, and it helps us to raise it again, just like the boost burn did with the raising the orbit's apogee, the highest point. It'll do so to the 2.5 kilometer point. And then again, we'll do another co-elliptic burn. That'll get us to the point of just maintaining that 2.5 kilometer mark right below the space station. Really just, and that after that, the final co-elliptic burn, that's the last part in the rendezvous phase. The rendezvous phase of flight really just getting right before that integrated operations with the International Space Station. After that, we enter a new phase of flight called approach and docking.
That's right. Right now, the orbit from kind of a bird's eye view is a little bit elliptical, and this burn that's occurring right now circularizes it a little bit to kind of match the shape and characteristic of the ISS's orbit, just not as high. So, but we'll hold for a little bit here. We expect to hear that burn finish, and we'll hear if it's nominal. And then also, we may start hearing some communications from the crew, as they should be waking up right about now.
That's right. Yeah, towards the end of this burn, we were actually a couple minutes past their wake-up period. Still haven't heard that Dragon-to-ground communications. As you said, Michael, should hear it very shortly. But really, we're just 15 seconds from the anticipated end of the closed co-elliptic burn. So we'll take a pause here and just listen in, making sure that that burn completed as planned. All right, we just heard confirmation that that closed co-elliptic burn is complete and is performed nominally. 9:12 a.m. Pacific time it completed. They assessed it. Everything's looking good. They're actually delayed the wake-up call, it sounds like, until after that burn. They're going to send up that call here very shortly, and very soon we'll be hearing some of that communication from the Crew Dragon, from the crew inside. That's Commander Mike Hopkins, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Shannon Walker and Soichi Noguchi.
That's right. They'll also probably be having their meal shortly after. So we're not sure exactly when we will be showing coverage and footage inside the Dragon capsule. Sometimes they prefer to have their meal kind of in private and not on camera. I feel the same way, to be honest. But yeah, we're waiting for that. We're sitting tight. We're waiting to hear some of those comms, some of that silence that we've kind of waiting and gotten used to over the last 8 hours. But things are going to start picking up, especially in terms of crew activity, in a few minutes from now.
And that's really the reason that the comms have been so quiet over these past 8 hours. Even more so, they got to bed a little bit early than we were anticipating that they would. The commander, Mike Hopkins, said farewell and said, all right, well, we're going to get some shut-eye. Just made sure that the Dragon was configured for that sleep period. The lights were off. They put all the covers on the windows, making sure that they didn't have any disturbances from the sun. The Dragon's orbiting, I guess now 10 kilometers below the station, but just didn't want any of that sunrise and sunset 16 times a day, every 90 minutes. That would disturb the sleep cycle. We wanted to make sure they got a nice 8 hours of sleep. So some of the next major milestones as we wait for that call from inside Crew Dragon and waking up our crew and getting them ready for the next couple of milestones. As Michael said, they will have a decent period of time before some of the next major burns. This closed co-elliptic burn, they're going to maintain that for quite some time. The next burn to raise their orbit once again will be the transfer burn, and that won't occur until 2:45 p.m. Pacific time, so still have quite a number of hours until we get to that point. But in the meantime, as you said, Michael, they'll have a chance to just sort of get settled and start reconfiguring the Dragon for the next phases of flight, even have a meal.
Yes, and then after those burns occur, we then kind of we start our approach initiation. That's where we have our integrated ops with Mission Control Houston. And then we start going through waypoints. We've talked about it before, but there's multiple waypoints, waypoint 0, waypoint 1, waypoint 2, and they navigate us through these kind of force fields or thresholds that protect the ISS. You have the approach ellipsoid about 4 to 2 kilometers away from the space station. You have the keep out sphere within a 400-meter diameter of the space station. And as we'll go through those, kind of in the late afternoon here Pacific time, we'll just be checking in. And actually, the folks in Crew Dragon will be talking directly with the folks in the International Space Station through the C2V2 system, and really starting to prepare for that docking, the soft capture, the hard capture, and then eventually opening the hatch and welcoming them as the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th members of Expedition 64.
So it feels like we've been here a while, Michael, but really this is just the beginning of that next step in the phase of the flight. The crew is waking up and they're going to have a long day until they dock. And if actually it's so long that once they dock, they're actually going to go to bed shortly after arriving on the International Space Station. Now, again, we had a really good close co-elliptic burn. Great performance on that burn. That's the longest burn I think that we will have for quite some time. The next burn's really just a few seconds. That transfer burn 44 seconds and closed co-elliptic burn 34 seconds. So again, with that closed burn complete, the next milestone is just hearing from the crew. We're sending up music very shortly, and that'll wake them up, and we'll also hear some words, making sure that they're ready for those next steps. In the meantime, we'll take a pause and wait for those words from Capsule Resilience.
docking, if that would be an acceptable configuration.
Yeah, that is an acceptable configuration for docking. We are still discussing. I think that the default plan would be if there is a need to return early, at that time we would need to reconfigure it back to the original location.
Okay, I think if that is the case, then we would probably want to go ahead and do it. We might want to go ahead and do that now. So if you can just double check on that and make sure, because I think when we stow the camera kit, we'd probably just go ahead and do the swap then.
Copy. Yeah, I'm still waiting for words on that. I'll get back to you before your post-wake period.
Okay, that sounds good. The second item, and this one you guys may be seeing, and I don't know if that's what's expected, but in terms of the thermal camera, when we look at that, all we see is a green screen.
Dragon SpaceX for checking.
Okay, and just additional words on it. It's kind of got a pixely green, and then around the ring, there's kind of a dark ring right there. So kind of between the inner and outer ring, it's a little bit darker pixels, and then it's this kind of neon light green everywhere else.
Yeah, Dragon, yeah, we've got confirmation. The thermal cameras are off currently, so that's why you see what you see, and that's nominal.
Okay, copy that. So it's still selectable, but that's a nominal config in this at this time.
That's what it looks like. We're taking one look at thermal camera 2. Stand by.
Okay, standing by.
And Dragon SpaceX, yes, we can confirm. Yeah, you can still select thermal cam 2, but because it's powered off, you see you'll see that green screen that's expected.
Okay, we copy that. Then the next thing for us, just had a quick question. The grab sample collection, did you want that per the timeline?
Yeah, there's no time criticality on that. You can do it per the timeline.
Or we could do it early if that's available.
Early is acceptable as well.
Okay, we copy. Okay, other than that, we're still doing some cleanup activity, post-sleep activities up here, so we'll let you know when it's okay to come on board.
Copy. Yeah, we hope you enjoyed your first night aboard Dragon. We'll keep loops pretty quiet, and we'll be ready with that systems brief at 18:05.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be ready at 18:05, and it was a very nice night on board Resilience.
Copy all.
And it's great to hear from Crew 1 after a solid 8 hours of sleep. I believe that was Commander Mike Hopkins there talking to the Corps, trying to troubleshoot some cameras, but they're getting ready for, kind of opening up the capsule to us to show some footage and to really start their day.
They really wasted no time getting right to work, right? I mean, as soon as they woke up, they were talking about some of their next steps. They also referred to their post-sleep period. Just like when you and I go to sleep, when they wake up, they have stuff to do. They got to brush their teeth. They got to change into the right clothes, get all the things configured, make sure all their items are stowed away, because the next hours of their flight, really until that docking at 8 p.m. Central Pacific time tonight, they're going to be focused on the operations of getting Crew Dragon up to the International Space Station. It's been quite a road so far since they've been asleep. They went to sleep, at least scheduled, at 1:10 a.m. Pacific. They got to bed a little bit early, though. We heard them get everything situated. Even some of the crew members were in their seats. We got some great views of that before they actually went into their formal sleep period. But they were well situated and configured the Dragon for that sleep period, making sure that the audio and lighting conditions were configured. They put covers on the windows to make sure that the sun didn't interrupt them during their sleep. And really, we did not hear a lot of chatter on the Dragon-to-ground communications because we just didn't want to disturb them. They need their hours of rest because, again, we're waking them up now at 9, just a little bit after 9 a.m. Pacific time. They're not going to dock until 8 p.m. Pacific time. It's going to be a very, very long day for them.
Right. And in terms of milestones that we'll be watching, the next one we really have is the transfer burn. It's going to occur at 2:45 p.m. Pacific time. It's the 4 of 5 major burns that help us rendezvous with the space station. It's going to be about 44 seconds, and it'll continue to raise the altitude of our Dragon's orbit to better match, at least the apogee, to better match that of the apogee of the space station.
Now, to get set up for that point, we encountered a couple of burns during the crew's sleep period. Of course, after they were all situated and we minimized those communications with the crew, we performed 3 burns while they were asleep. The first one was a phase burn. This was introduced into the plan just to make sure that we were in the proper phasing for the boost burn. And this was really the next planned major burn to raise their orbit. The phase burn, the first phase burn, occurred shortly after orbital insertion. The next phase burn just helped correct them, get them on the right path to make sure that when they executed that boost burn, it would go as planned. That raised their apogee, or the highest point of their orbit, to just 10 kilometers. And we just wrapped up that closed co-elliptic burn. That was a very long burn, 10 minutes of firing those Draco thrusters, and it went swimmingly. It performed as expected and really got them on a co-elliptic orbit, which means it is basically 10 kilometers right underneath the station, a little bit behind it. Of course, it still has some catching up to do, but we're really going through some of those milestones today.
Yes, and we'll probably pause after this for a little bit and continue to listen in on communications, and if there's anything that we can share and kind of shed more light on, we'll hop back in and keep you posted.
We're continuing our coverage of the Crew Dragon's approach to the International Space Station. We're still in the rendezvous phase, completing some major burns. Thanks for tuning in. If you just tuned in, you may have seen some great views from here. This is the view of the International Space Station. It's flying 262 statute miles over the Terminator line into the southern Pacific.
To run in space, you're in pretty good hands with them. So another question we have here, asking, can the astronauts contact their families in space? The answer is yes. Yes, they can. They can use email, but they do a lot of phone calls too. So they're in constant communication with their families. They place those calls, although their day is scheduled down to every 5-minute interval.
Did raise Dragon's orbit to an apogee of 10 kilometers. That was called the boost burn. That was just a 1.5-minute long burn, and we just completed one called the closed co-elliptic burn. This was one of the longer burns that we have during Dragon.
Chance to listen to some of the interviews of Mike Hopkins before he launched to his flight, and he was asked the very same question, what's it like, talking to family, how often do you get to do so? And he talked about calling his wife multiple times per week, so much so that it became regular. And one of my favorite moments is when he said he called his wife from space and she said, sorry honey, I gotta go, I can't talk.
It's just not a good time.
It's just like, it's not a good time. It's so regular, right? It's like if you and I got a call from space, we'd drop everything, right, to take that call. But it becomes so regular, them talking to their friends and family, that it's just, it is special, yes, but that regularity actually maintains that connection with your loved ones, and something that's very important for life aboard the International Space Station. All right, this next one comes from Justin. Do they have any...
Get me going, definitely. I can just imagine humming it right now. So hopefully that gave them the energy they needed for this big day. The next question we have is from Steph, asking,
especially when you have multiple folks together, they do upload and even stream movies and sports events, including the missions. They've actually even live streamed some of the missions, like when Demo 2 was heading up. ISS Commander Chris Cassidy was kind of watching that live as we were watching them come up. So yes, they definitely can watch entertainment and movies, mainly on the ISS. Another question we have here is, why do you have to complete leak checks before opening the hatch?
This is actually a very important step before opening up the hatch. The leak checks really give the confidence that you can open up the hatch and that it will remain within a pressurized environment. So this is something that we can actually look forward to very soon when the crew is about to do that approach initiation burn. Shortly afterwards, beforehand they're going to suit up and they're going to get back in their spacesuits, but shortly afterwards they'll conduct a leak check because we want to make sure that there is an airtight seal with all of the suits. Now, when Dragon docks to the International Space Station, there's actually a gap in between the hatch of the Dragon and the hatch of the International Space Station. That gap is called the vestibule. The vestibule is normally exposed to the vacuum of space, so it has some, the very cold temperatures of space that you hear about now. Whenever you start repressurizing that vestibule, those temperatures can take some time to dampen out. They cause temperature swings whenever you're bringing that vestibule to pressure, the pressure of the International Space Station, which is the pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi. So you want to wait for those those temperature swings to dampen out and make sure you have a steady pressure that's holding before you actually open it, because you want to make sure that when you open it, it's going to be a safe environment for all the crew members involved.
Yeah, you want to minimize that delta P, that difference in pressure, so you don't open up the door into a vacuum. It should just be like opening up a door at home. It should be safe and controlled, and yeah, best for both sides of that hatch. We have one more question for you here from Will, asking, will the astronauts be wearing their spacesuits during docking like they did on Demo 2? They said, I remember the spatial astronauts did not wear suits for docking.
That's right, and they will, right? As I mentioned before, once they get into that dynamic phase of flight, they're going to put on their spacesuits before that approach initiation burn and perform a leak check afterwards, and they'll keep those spacesuits on through the more dynamic phases of that flight. As soon as they dock and they perform that hard mate with the International Space Station, there's a couple phases to that docking. First is a soft dock, and then the 12 latches hold on to the International Docking Adapter, performing an airtight seal. Right then, they can start taking off their their spacesuits, but that spacesuit just makes sure that in the event of any depressurization that the crew will be able to maintain pressure that'll keep them protected from any depressurization event.
Yeah, same reason as the last question. Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Wow, these questions have been great so far, Michael. This has been awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. What a fantastic shift this has been. You know, it seems like the crew was sleeping through a lot of the time, but there was a lot of action through all of that, right? We got through a lot of the major milestones today. We introduced another phase burn, which was not part of the nominal plan, but it corrected us and got us right into where we needed to be to perform that boost burn and the closed co-elliptic burn, which both performed nominally. So that will actually do it for Michael and I here in Mission Control Hawthorne and Sandra over in Houston. Our counterparts Jesse Anderson and Leah Cheshire and Brandy Dean are going to take it over from here.
While we swap positions and leave our desk here, we're going to leave you with views of the International Space Station and hopefully soon with the crew as they make their way to the ISS. Don't go anywhere. It only gets more exciting from here.
Is looking nominal at this time.
Good readback. Can you? We also get some words from you on how cabin temperature is feeling and whether you had to make any changes overnight.
So we did bump it up 3 increments this morning, and I'm currently showing 23.91 degrees C, so it has brought it up a little bit.
Copy. We see the same. Regarding the bag swap, we've gotten confirmation.
Okay, Jay, and then a couple things for you, just from a system status for us, the tablets, state of charge, if you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
MS1, 60, Commander, 68, Pilot, 86, MS2, 64.
And copy all.
Okay, other than that, we're just finalizing a few cleanup activities, and then we should be able to get you guys on board here.
Copy. Yeah, no rush. The main item we'd like to get on board for is going to be the Lyle swap. It's currently scheduled for 1900. However, we're okay if you start slightly later, if you start at 1905 when we are over the Guam ground station. We'd like to get video on board of that activity.
Okay, we copy that, so we will start at 1905. That'll be Shannon Suichi that'll be working at the time.
Copy that. And then regarding the bag swap question, the camera bag has 2 commercial iMacs inside that were intended for quick access, but as briefed pre-launch, the CCMK meets that easy access need, so you can move the bag at your discretion. We also looked at CG. There's about 1.5 pound delta between the bags, so that is also safe to do.
Okay, so it sounds like our call on moving those bags, so we will just plan on doing that for the docking. We'll swap them, the camera bag and the sleeping bags.
Yeah, it's a good readback. We are still tracking that after docking. You know, you want to swap back to the original location, but we can discuss that later.
Yep, we concur. I'll have to get out those sleeping bags anyway at that point.
Copy all. And if you have any other stowage deltas from yesterday or overnight that you'd like to pass on ahead of docking, we can also copy those.
Okay, I know Shannon has been keeping track of everything. I'll let her make a call if she's ready, or we might do that in a little bit.
Copy. Yeah, not time critical. We'll be ready when you are.
Hey Jay, on that one, I think what we'll do is after our next meal, we'll probably call it down, and that'll just make it simpler for us in terms of how we're tracking things. So after the next meal.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. I'm Leah Cheshire, and we have returned, and Crew Dragon is still on their journey to the International Space Station after launching last night at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time aboard the Falcon 9 rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
And I'm Jessie Anderson, a lead manufacturing engineer here at SpaceX. We're excited to be back with you guys today, taking you all the way through docking.
And we just heard the CORE, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, a position here in Hawthorne, speaking with the crew aboard Crew Dragon, who, as you've heard, have woken up after getting hopefully a good night's rest. They've got a busy day ahead of them. It was their post-wake systems brief. So they monitored the thermal control system, or the TCS, overnight, and sounds like everything is still operating nominally. That's great news after we were monitoring some prop heater issues last night. They were eventually resolved, and everything was brought back up to nominal state. Cabin environments are stable, and the crew turned up the temperature a little bit last night to get a little bit cozier inside Crew Dragon. It's about 75 degrees Fahrenheit inside the capsule right now. The crew also report...
Copy all. And if you have any other stowage deltas from yesterday or overnight that you'd like to pass on ahead of docking, we can...
Scheduled to scrub some CO2 from the cabin atmosphere. That's scheduled for 11:05 a.m. Pacific time. And the next crew meal, after the next crew meal, they will call down with any stowage updates. They were discussing the camera bags and also the sleeping bags. Everything aboard Crew Dragon is very meticulously tracked, and so we want to make sure we know where all of that content is. But a nice recap this morning for the crew. It sounds like everything is going well aboard Crew Dragon, and we are here continuing the docking coverage.
We've got their next morning meal should be coming up next, and they will be using or eating the MREs, these meals ready to eat. As we mentioned before, these are meals that are prepared and ready for them to just open up and eat. They don't need to rehydrate or reheat them. And they've also got 55 liters or 14 and a half gallons of water up there with them.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what their breakfast is today, but I'm guessing it's probably not bacon and eggs because, MREs, there's, like you mentioned, you just open them up and eat them. There's no reheating required. I know a very popular food there, especially on the space station, are meal bars. Like a protein bar we might have down here. It's portable, it's easy to eat, so I'm wondering if their breakfast might be a little something like that.
Yeah, it makes it really convenient, especially being inside of Dragon in such a small capsule for 24 hours. Makes it so that they don't have to even think about it. They can just pull it out, eat those protein bars or something similar to that.
Absolutely.
Now the next major milestone coming up will be the transfer burn, which will be the fourth of 5 major burns.
And we've already seen a few of those completed. Last night while we were on console, we saw the phase burn complete. And then the crew had a little bit of a break until this morning. Around the time they woke up, the next major burn, there were a couple of small ones in between just to correct Dragon's location, but the next was the boost burn. And we also completed the closed co-elliptic burn. And I think you said the next one coming up is the transfer burn.
Yeah. And just as you mentioned, they did have 5 plans burned, but they did do an extra phase burn. That's just to keep Dragon on track, making their way to the International Space Station.
And with the Crew 1 astronauts now awake on Dragon, let's check in on what's happening aboard the International Space Station, their destination, with Brandy Dean at Mission Control Houston. Brandy.
Thanks, Leah. As work on the Crew Dragon kicks off for the day, the Expedition 64 crew on board the International Space Station is actually wrapping up their time for the day. And NASA astronaut Kate Rubins just started her sleep period at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, and her Russian crewmates are going to be heading off to bed in about 3 hours. Rubins is doing this sleep shifting to ensure that she is well rested and prepared for the Dragon docking that's coming up. At the time of docking, it's going to be late in the evening Monday for us, but actually early morning for the crew on board the space station as they follow the GMT time on their schedule. Kate's going to be waking up just before Dragon executes the approach and initiation burn, the first maneuver to begin the approach to the space station. She'll set up the station's cupola module with a number of computers and camera views to monitor Dragon during its approach. And a lot of work has been done on the space station before we got to this day to make sure we were launching Dragon and this new crew to a fully functional orbiting laboratory. Several hours before the crew boarded Dragon, the space station flight control team did their own go, no-go poll. There are several key systems that we have to ensure are functioning properly before NASA gives their go for launch. Luckily, they all were. And right now, everything is still looking good on the space station's side for Dragon's arrival. The team here in Mission Control is actually down the hall from the room where most of the action happened yesterday. They're being led right now by Flight Director Paul Konya at the moment, but Flight Director Anthony Vario will be coming on console in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in just a few hours to lead the teams through Dragon's approach and docking. That is all for us now here in Houston, so back to Hawthorne.
Thanks, Brandy.
Now, you all have sent in some really great questions over the course of this mission. Please keep them coming and sending them in using the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter.
And our next question comes from John asking if there's any cargo on the Crew 1 mission. Yes, there is. Obviously, the most precious cargo is our crew themselves. But additionally, there are some science experiments that are aboard Crew Dragon and will be unloaded and then begin work on those once the crew arrives. The trunk can carry unpressurized cargo, but on this mission, there is no unpressurized cargo in the trunk.
Our next question is greetings from Belgium, and how long is the training after you are selected as an astronaut?
Well, hello in Belgium. That's pretty cool. The training after being selected to become an astronaut is typically about 2 years. Astronauts go through really extensive training, but over a variety of subjects. So it can be anything from learning how to spacewalk, like in our neutral buoyancy laboratory. It's a massive pool where astronauts, you can simulate what it's a little bit like to be in microgravity. They have a big space station submerged underneath, or a mock-up of a space station, I should say, and they get the feel of what it's like to work in a suit in that environment. They also go through Russian training. It's really important that our astronauts know how to speak Russian because they are working constantly with Russians aboard the International Space Station, and for years now have been launching on Soyuz spacecraft, so they learn that as well. They also learn any emergency scenarios that may happen aboard the International Space Station. We have a big mock-up facility where they learn what to do in case of an emergency, and they also learn how to operate any scientific equipment they might use. Additionally, they learn how to repair things on the station, and then once they're selected for a mission, they begin another training period that's a little more mission specific. So you get those 2 years initially, and then a variable amount of time once they're assigned to a mission.
That doesn't sound too bad. It sounds more like fun than a job, actually, getting to try out all this stuff and simulate microgravity.
I agree 100%. I mean, no 2 days are the same, and that's pretty cool to me.
Right. We've got another question from David. Why don't we see the inside view of the four of them live more often? Well, that's a good question. We do like to give the astronauts some privacy as they are coasting to the International Space Station. It is a long ride, so they do let us come on board with them every once in a while, and we do let you guys know when they do, and we do show them live, which is really awesome views. But we do allow them to have privacy, so whenever they ask, they do turn off their internal camera. We do get some external live views from Dragon, but it's really up to the crew to let us know when we're able to come on board with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also the factor of sometimes we don't have video communications with them. We might be out of the range of the satellites that receive our video communications, but we'll still have audio communication. So that's sometimes why you hear them and don't necessarily see them.
Right.
Speaking of hearing them, this question, what are these Beep, 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 beep noises while we're watching SpaceX and NASA right now. This is really cool. It's called a quindar, actually, and it's the little tone that you hear just before somebody is speaking to the International Space Station or to the astronauts, or the astronauts are speaking to the ground. So for everyone, it used to clear the airwaves, so to speak, and now it really just perks your ears up and you know that there's some really important information coming that you should pay attention to.
Basically like an alert, like, hey, we're about to talk.
Right.
Got another one from Matthew. Is any of capsule resilience reusable? How much of the rocket and delivery system is reusable or repurposed for future launches? It's a really great question because SpaceX's goal is to try and make as much of our vehicles and our products reusable. So resilience is going to be refurbished and reused, hopefully for the next Crew 2 mission, as well as the first stage booster for this Crew 1 mission. We did land it back on Just Read the Instructions yesterday, so we'll also be refurbishing that for the Crew 2 mission next spring. But we can also, if we can catch our fairing halves or recover our fairing halves, we also try and refurbish and reuse those as well.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned the first stage from yesterday is going to be reused for Crew 2, and also the capsule from DM2 is going to be reused for Crew 2. So Endeavour will fly again, and Crew 2 will be mostly a reused vehicle. So that'll be neat. This question from Jeffrey: why does it take so long? Why does it take Dragon so long to reach the ISS on this mission? I seem to recall that some vehicles were able to rendezvous in only 2 orbits. Well, for this mission, it's all about phasing, and for this mission, it was going to take a little bit longer for Crew Dragon to arrive at the space station, and since it reached a certain hour, and the crew would have been up for a certain amount of time and working, we needed to give the crew an opportunity for a sleep period. So we gave the crew that built-in 8-hour period they had last night, and we try not to conduct any burns during that time, so that's why the time stretched out quite a bit more compared to what it would have been with that 8-hour rendezvous time had we launched on Saturday.
Ooh, somebody finally asked, is there a bathroom on Dragon? Well, yes, there is, especially for a ride as long as 27 hours. It is necessary to have a toilet on board. So there is a toilet located just above the hatch in Dragon that the astronauts can use. And it is above the hatch door. As you know, in space, there is no up and down. So it's almost like an upside-down toilet when you're sitting in your seat. But it's usable at any point during their cruise.
And they also have a little bit of privacy. They're able to put up a privacy curtain and get some of that space to themselves.
Yeah.
But if you have any other questions, please send them in with the hashtag AskNASA. We're standing by and looking forward to answering some more.
in Dragon that the astronauts can use. And it is above the hatch door. As you know, in space, there is no up and down. So it's almost like an upside down toilet when you're sitting in your seat, but it's usable at any point during their cruise.
And they also have a little bit of privacy. They're able to put up a privacy curtain and get some of that space to themselves.
Yeah.
But if you have any other questions, please send them in with the hashtag AskNASA. We're standing by and looking forward to answering some more.
Congratulations on that still.
Yeah, that was a little stiff getting them in. We had to get Ike to hold one side. The bag was kind of bunching in on itself, and then Shannon was doing the same on the other while Soichi wiggled it in.
Copy, yeah, we saw it. Thanks for the great video.
Yeah, hardest part of the operation.
Thank you, Soichi and Shannon.
And they're giving you a big thumbs up.
Yeah, we see it. Thanks so much.
Okay, so Jay, in case you didn't get the word, but we will be a go for the broadcast event at, I think it's 21:30 or somewhere around there.
Copy. Yep, we did get that word, and we're tracking that. Yeah, you're welcome to keep the floater cam, velcroed on the vehicle somewhere. We may still power it off ahead of the event, though.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll just velcro it out of the way for now, and then just a quick question on the event. Is there a time on it? In other words, are you looking for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 seconds?
Nope, there's no time constraint. Up to you.
Okay, copy that. We'll put a plan together.
Dragon SpaceX for timeline.
And go ahead for timeline.
Yeah, two small requests. One is, since we're in sunlight and you have the floater camera out, if you could give us a view out of the window, that would be great. Yeah, we're going to have a ground station coming up here in a minute.
Can't believe we didn't think of that. Coming up.
Yeah, we currently don't have ground station coverage, but we should have it here in a few minutes. I will let you know when we get that, about 4.5 minutes from now.
Okay, yeah, we see we're going to be heading over, it looks like New Zealand when that pass comes up, so we'll keep an eye out on it as well, and we'll make sure we'll have the camera pointing out the window at that time.
Copy all. And then on the broadcast event, just so you know, the ground station pass will begin at 21:38, and you'll have about 19 minutes, so as long as it's shorter than that.
I think you can safely assume it's going to be a lot shorter than that.
Copy all. And Dragon SpaceX, we see the view. Thank you. Looks amazing.
Yeah, Jay, looks amazing from up here too.
This beautiful view coming to you live from space on Crew Dragon Resilience. Our Crew 1 crew giving us an amazing look outside the window, the very same view they're getting right now on their way to the International Space Station.
And as you heard them call out, this is a floater camera that they're using inside, so it's
Yeah, okay, we copy all. I tell you, I wish you guys could all be up here with us, but rest assured you're up here with us in spirit.
Copy.
and some great words from the crew to all of you watching, enjoying this view with them. Again, this is a floater camera on the vehicle. It's not stationary, so this is a camera that they can move around inside of the cabin. And it almost feels like we're looking through their eyes right now.
I love this, and I love what they just said. Oh, I thought we were going a little bit back into the cabin, but these views are so amazing. I love how Soichi Noguchi put it. Crew 1 is you 1. So, they said we're all there in spirit, and I really do feel like they've prioritize making this a mission for everyone. They even said Crew 1 for all, or all for Crew 1, Crew 1 for all. So it really is amazing to get to be part of this.
Yeah, and it almost feels like we're looking out the window of an airplane, except for it's a spacecraft.
Yes, except you'd be floating in microgravity. Seatbelt signs are off. There's also, you probably heard them discussing an upcoming broadcast event, which we're really excited about. We hope that the crew will give us some pretty cool views inside the spacecraft and maybe tell us what they've been up to. And that is coming up at 1:38 p.m. Pacific time, so don't miss it. Stick around. This view on the right side of your camera, actually from the International Space Station. Let's see where the space station is right now. It looks like it is flying north of New Zealand, about 268 statute miles above us all, and Dragon is on its way.
Very cool.
And we continue just to watch these views, both from the space station and then this one from Crew Dragon. It's just fascinating, just getting to be part of, like you said, seeing it a little bit through their eyes. We're really along for the ride. It's very interesting and just fascinating to think that we're able to get camera footage from space.
Yeah, and something really interesting, you mentioned how fast Dragon was moving through space, but it almost looks like they're at a standstill because of how far they are from Earth. So
yeah.
Just really interesting how fast they
Yeah, it looks incredible. Yeah, we definitely are getting a great view.
And as you heard them mention, they are also getting a view of New Zealand. They're still below and a bit behind the International Space Station, but the two are getting ever closer in preparation for docking tonight. And Jesse, as you mentioned, Dragon speed, it does look like very serene and definitely not like it's moving as fast as it is, but as a matter of fact, it is flying about 17,108 miles per hour. So that's relative to Earth. That's 7,648 meters per second.
Now that's pretty fast. But even at that speed, they got a beautiful, smooth-looking view of Earth. And New Zealand, it sounds like.
That sounds like it. I know there's only a couple of windows on Crew Dragon, so I'm wondering if they're all taking turns switching out who gets to look out the window at what time.
Right.
I know that's a popular pastime of astronauts aboard the International Space Station as well. We have the cupola window, which is sort of like a big bay window, and it looks directly down on Earth. So a lot of the pictures that you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola. It's also a great location for us to monitor the arrival of vehicles. We had a great video come out after DM2 docking where you could see Chris Cassidy was in the cupola watching DM2 arrive, and so potentially, you know, we may see something similar today, somebody looking out the cupola as Crew Dragon comes in.
What a sight that must be to just watch another spacecraft floating to come and join you on board station.
And even more exciting that it's your friends, you know,
right.
the people that you work with and have trained with before. So I know that they are anxiously awaiting their arrival.
And Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we just got LOS on the ground station. Thank you for the incredible views.
And you're quite welcome, and we're happy to do it again if you've got something you'd like to see.
Yeah, our plan right now will be to power off the floater cam. You can stow it anywhere at your convenience, and we'll plan to turn it back on just ahead of the broadcast.
Okay, we copy, and you're powering it off. You can bring cargo back up.
Cargo will remain powered off unless you need it.
Okay, and then just want to verify, goes without saying, but we'll just have to pass the mic around as we're going through the broadcast event.
Yeah, that's correct. And I'll let you guide the pace of the broadcast. I know that there's the script on the PDF. What? You know, use your judgment. We can help you as needed.
copy that. We'll take a look at the script, and we might be ad-libbing it a little bit too.
Yeah, copy all. Yeah, there's no need to stick to it verbatim. That's just an example.
That was pretty cool, getting to see those views, and I heard him say they would bring the camera back anytime there was something they wanted to see. I think I always want to see it.
I know.
So those views were from the floater camera, as you heard them discussing, and they have the go to stow that floater camera so it's turned off. They're going to put it away until, as we mentioned, we're going to get a live broadcast from the crew on board coming up at 1:38 p.m. Pacific time. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, Crew Dragon continues coasting.
And it sounds like we got a little insight to them getting ready for that broadcast live, so really looking forward to that broadcast.
And we are still standing by, monitoring all of the communications you're hearing and providing information as much as we can. We hope you'll stick with us. We're going to look at these beautiful views from the International Space Station as Crew Dragon continues its journey to the International Space Station.
Got another question. How do the astronauts sleep in the ISS, and do they have beds?
That's fun. That's a fun question because it's not really like a bed like we think of on Earth. You know, you can't really lay down without gravity. And so what they do have are crew quarters, and they're little closet-sized almost spaces where the astronauts can tack up a sleeping bag, and they sleep kind of on the wall. They have the option to put their arms, restrain their arms if they would like. Otherwise, your arms kind of float up in front of you. You might look a little bit like a zombie, but some of them can strap their arms down if they like, and they sleep in that sleeping bag essentially.
Wow, that must be such an interesting feeling. Like, you're very used to, you know, laying down and relaxing your body, but there's no gravity, so they're kind of just floating and just sleeping with their, like, almost standing up and sleeping with their eyes closed.
I know, and from some of them, I've heard it's the best sleep that they've ever had.
Really?
I think it would take me some getting used to, though, but...
So, to get good sleep, become an astronaut and go to space.
This question, what's the temperature inside Crew Dragon, and can the astronauts adjust it? And yes, we've actually been listening to them discussing that for the past several hours.
Yeah, they've been checking in with the core and having the core adjust the temperature here and there through their sleep period, through when they're actually active and moving around a little bit. They're able to change that temperature inside of the cabin.
And last we heard it was about 75 degrees Fahrenheit inside the cabin.
Is it true that Bob Behnken's wife is going to be able to go to space on the Crew 2 mission next spring? And the answer to that is yes.
Yes, it is true. Megan MacArthur is an astronaut and will be flying next spring on Crew 2. Very interesting is that she'll also be flying on the same spacecraft as Bob Behnken did. He flew on Crew Dragon Endeavour on the DM2 mission, and that vehicle is now being refurbished and it will be flown as Crew 2. So I'm not sure what the seating arrangement is yet, but that would be pretty cool if she was in his seat as well. We'll have to stand by and see.
That's actually really amazing that both of them are astronauts. Both of them will share the same vehicle. Like, how many times does that ever happen?
Absolutely, in such a close time period, and with a brand new vehicle.
Right.
You know, they both had former experience with space shuttles, but for them both to get to fly on Crew Dragon as well in such a short time period, I know that has to be exciting.
So cool. For those of you watching online on YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll find the new link for our Crew 1 rendezvous and docking phase. We'll be continuing live coverage at this new location shortly.
And if you're watching on NASA TV, don't go anywhere because we are still going to be here and we are still standing by listening for information and sharing everything we know with you. So you won't notice a thing at all if you're watching on NASA TV, and our coverage will continue.
It's hard to believe we've been working continuously on the International Space Station for more than 20 years now, but we have accomplished a lot, as you saw there. And one of the key people who have been working to help make a lot of that possible is Jennifer Buckley, who is the Deputy Chief Space Station Scientist. Thanks so much for joining us, Jennifer. It seems like a little bit of an understatement to say that the space station is a laboratory like no other, but I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about what makes it special. Wow. So, and I know that we talk a lot about how much the research there in space benefits those of us here on Earth. Now that we've celebrated 20 years of continuous human presence with people continuously working on space science up there, can you tell us a little bit about what some of the benefits that we've already seen have been over the past couple of decades? What do you hear from the scientists who get to take part in some of these studies? Do they enjoy it? Do they get a kick out of it? I know for a while after we got started really utilizing the space station and putting it through its paces, we were kind of telling people to hold on and it'd be a little while before we started to see some of the results come out. But it seems like now we're really in the heyday of that and seeing a lot of benefits. That makes sense. Are you seeing people really kind of come on board and get an idea of all the different possibilities and the ways that the space station can be used at this point? Would you say there's been anybody who surprised you that you just had never thought about using the space station like that before? Well, we are sending 4 new pairs of hands your way to start working on more science. Can you tell us a little bit about what, I guess, the benefits that the Commercial Crew program is bringing to the space station are?
Dragon SpaceX for timeline and inventory.
And go ahead for timeline and inventory.
Okay, I wanted to give you an update on the upcoming burns.
I bet there are a lot of people who can't wait for that. What are some of the Expedition 64 research projects that we're going to be seeing going on in the next few months?
Should be accurate. We're currently seeing a transfer burn time of approximately 2250 and the final burn of 2336, 29-ish. Those numbers are expected to still continue to vary a little bit, but they are about 30 minutes ahead of what you have on your tablet timeline.
Okay, copy that. So we're showing a transfer burn expected 2250, a final burn around 2336. They should be accurate on the displays when they come up. That's about 30 minutes ahead of the schedule. Does that mean we're going to be getting an approx-op early and potentially docking early?
Good copy on the burns. Regarding the prox-ops timing, no, that should not change. The rendezvous complete is still being scheduled for 0100 on the 17th, and that's still accurate, and that will remain.
Okay, we copy 0100 for rendezvous complete.
And on the broadcast event, we are planning on powering on the floater cam and doing some initial configs at 2135, just ahead of the first ground station pass. Once we pick up the ground station at 2138, we're going to do the 15 count, and we won't actually start the broadcast.
It always amazes me to hear about the projects that go on board the space station. Some of them sound like magic, really. It's amazing.
Okay, so you're going to power up early 2135, but we won't actually start the broadcast event until 2148.
Correct. At 2138, about 20 minutes ahead of the broadcast start, we are going to do a 15 count with you on the camera, just to get a head start. Yeah, 10 minutes ahead of the Gunahili Pass.
Okay, copy that. So at 2138, we'll give you just a 15 count, syncing the video and the comm, and then we'll just be ready to go at 2148.
That is correct. And then for the Gunahili Pass,
Right. Are there? I guess that's really a big component of the research that we do on space station. Not just benefiting so directly us here on Earth, but also benefiting us in that we can go further eventually. Are there other examples that you would give us
for the broadcast event if we need it?
That is correct.
Okay, copy all. Thanks, Jay.
No problem. I have also some additional words on the Sharpie request, and wanted to also request status of the grab sample.
And go ahead for the Sharpie and grab samples.
Yeah, for the Sharpie, we did look through the SpaceX and NASA manifested items. We did not see a Sharpie or other marker. The only pens that we see are the ones in your crew notebook bags. And we can take a call for what you want to label, and we can do that on station.
Okay, we copy all, and we took the sample at 2036 mid-cabin.
It feels like we'll be seeing the benefits of space station research for a long time to come.
The grab sample container.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jennifer. We really appreciate it. We're going to send it back to Hawthorne so they can keep you up to date with how the Dragon is doing as it makes its way to the International Space Station. Thanks.
Thanks, Brandy and Jennifer. I thought that was really cool, getting to hear all that from Jennifer. One thing that really stood out to me was the collaborations that they do with the science experiments. I thought that was really awesome that it's not just NASA doing all the science experiments, but collaborating with other teams and sometimes even students' science experiments get to go up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that students can create these experiments and send them to the International Space Station, and they are big-time experiments too. This is not your normal, elementary school classroom kind of stuff. This is really next level that's happening on the space station.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing what you could see that can be done and accomplished with teamwork.
So we heard that there are some updated times coming up for these burns. The transfer burn will now occur at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, and the final co-elliptic burn, the last of those 5 major burns in Dragon's journey to the space station, will happen at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time. So we'll be watching for those. Additionally, we are also standing by and waiting very excitedly for the upcoming broadcast with the crew on Crew Dragon, and that will now be taking place at 1:48 p.m. Pacific time. So they'll begin testing out their cameras early, making sure everything looks good, and then we'll be able to share with you as soon as they go live. Take a look. That is Crew Dragon on its way to the International Space Station. This view coming from the space station itself, while Crew Dragon is currently about 200 kilometers away. Now, the most recent burn was at 9:03 a.m. Pacific time this morning. That was the close colliptic burn, and that puts it in an orbit below station, roughly 10 kilometers below, but also still some behind station. So right now, 200 kilometers away from station.
Such an incredible view, and now we are looking inside of Dragon with the crew moving around. Looks like Baby Yoda is trying to help Mike with something.
Or getting in the way. Pretty amazing to see that view of the outside of the capsule, and then to know that these are the humans who are living inside it.
Right.
There they are, and it's just going to get better as we get closer to the International Space Station over the next several hours.
Such a cool view. It almost looks like a star on its way to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for video.
Go ahead for video.
And actually, to be more clear, this is for video on the ISS. They do have a good view of Dragon, even though you are quite still a ways out.
That is good to hear. And how far out are we? I still show us 200 kilometers out, and they've got good video on us.
Yeah, it's affirmative. Yeah, we see about 200 kilometers. They're pretty zoomed in, but yeah, we can definitely see you.
Can they see us waving?
Not yet, not quite.
Well, they might be able to see Ike's smile, though, because it hasn't stopped since we've been up here.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, they can definitely see that.
That's what I thought.
Those were some words from the core, the crew operations and resources engineer here in Hawthorne, to our Crew Dragon crew, letting them know that we've got these amazing views of the capsule on its way to the space station, coming from the space station itself. And Mike Hopkins asked if they could see them waving. They said no yet, not yet, but that they could see Ike smiling, and Ike is Victor Glover. He's making his first space flight. Ike is his call sign, and it stands for I know everything. it's a name that his crewmates gave to him. So not on this mission, but previously before he joined. So yeah, apparently it sounds like everybody's not only doing well, but also having a great time as they continue on their way to the space station.
And coming up in about 45 minutes or so, at 1:48, we will get to go on board with the crew with a live broadcast event. Again, that's at 1:48, so in about 45 minutes from now, we will get to hear from all the crew members on board Dragon.
So that's good.
Okay.
Looks like the crew is getting into some of those meals we heard them discussing. We heard them talking with the Corps, the crew operations and resources engineer here in Hawthorne about where they could find their next meals. As a reminder, each of the crew members has 12 meals for this flight. However, I don't think they'll need a full 12 for this 27-hour rendezvous, but who knows? I mean, space travel is hungry work, so they could go through it all. They have some snacks as well, and these are these MRE meals. You want to talk about that?
These are prepackaged meals that are ready to eat. Literally, that's what MRE stands for, are meals ready to eat. Makes it really convenient for them on Dragon that they can just open up their packages and start eating. They don't need to rehydrate them or heat them up or add any other ingredients. They're just ready to go.
And go ahead for storage.
Yeah, I just wanted to pass up just a general reminder. The carry-on bags, they do not meet flammability requirements. I just wanted to let you know that as you're reconfiguring the cabin, those are designed to be easy to remove and still back into the overhead bags.
Okay, copy. Carry-on bags are not flame resistant, so we'll get them put back. Thanks.
That was the crew and the Corps noting that some of the bags they're using aren't flame resistant. That's something that we track meticulously as well when in space. The last thing you want is a fire on a spacecraft, and so to mitigate that, we can put those flammable bags inside non-flammable bags and help solve some of that problem.
It looks like they're doing that right now. They are getting ready to eat, as we mentioned. They were pulling out some of those MREs. If you're just now joining us, the crew on board Dragon Resilience has their meals ready to eat. Hopefully we'll be enjoying them shortly.
Well, I believe this is their second meal of the day. I think they had breakfast earlier. Not quite sure what they might be eating, but compared to their breakfasts yesterday when they got on the Crew Dragon just before launch, those were pretty hearty meals.
Oh yeah, steak and curry.
Hamburgers, yes.
And the next major burn coming up is the transfer burn at about 2:50 p.m. Pacific time. This will be the fourth of the 5 major burns. So we've got 3 major burns down. We have the transfer burn coming up next, and then shortly after the transfer burn will be the co-elliptic burn, which will be the final burn, and that will be at approximately 3:36 p.m. Pacific time.
That transfer burn, it's a pretty short burn. It's only 44 seconds and should propel Dragon at 3 meters per second. It will raise Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit around Earth, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the space station's orbit. And later on, that final co-elliptic burn will be 34 seconds long and should propel us at 2.37 meters per second towards station, and that turns our orbit into a co-elliptic orbit, meaning that we will maintain that 2.5 kilometer distance below station's orbit.
And these burns do seem a bit short, 44 seconds to 34 seconds, but they go a very long way. Again, we need precise maneuvers to get Dragon up and in front of the docking port in preparation for docking, which is coming later on today.
Yes, these burns use a mix of the service section Draco engine or thrusters, and those are around the body of Dragon, as well as some of those forward bulkhead thrusters. Those are underneath the nose cone, which was deployed after launch.
Again, if you're just now joining us, what you are looking at on your screen is a live view inside of Dragon Resilience with the Crew 1 team members moving around.
Looks like everybody is out of their seats. We can't see Soichi Noguchi's seat right now. His is just behind the camera, but they were preparing to have a meal. And this view coming from the International Space Station, currently flying 266 statute miles over Australia, the West Australia right now.
Yeah, they've got some nice views of Earth from that Dragon and from the station. And as a reminder, we're about 20 minutes away from the next major burn. That is the transfer burn, coming up at about 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, followed by the co-elliptic burn at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time. And if you have any questions, Leah and I are still taking more questions. Please use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Send them our way, and hopefully we'll get to read some of them and answer them live.
Dragon SpaceX for burn.
And go ahead for the burn.
Okay, want to let you know that we are go for the transfer burn coming up here in about 12 minutes. And just a reminder that internal cameras are still enabled.
Okay, copy. We are go for the transfer burn in about 12 minutes.
Good to be back.
We heard those comms that they're preparing for the transfer burn coming up in less than 12 minutes now. Sounds like everything is go for that transfer burn, so should see that shortly. Again, the transfer burn will last about 44 seconds long. This will push to the space station about 2.5 kilometers beneath the space station with this burn.
Yeah, and just before this, we heard Mission Director polling, and that's the team here in Hawthorne, polling the team to make sure they were all go, and so everyone is on the same page, and we've got that green light. And you're right, after the transfer burn, we'll be moving on to the last of the final burns, which is the final, or the closed co-elliptic, the final co-elliptic burn. I was right the first time. That'll be about 45 or 34 seconds long, and it will change Dragon's velocity by about 2.37 meters per second. That'll come up at around 3:36 p.m. Pacific time, so maybe 45 minutes until now, or after the transfer burn, I should say. Currently, the crew is getting in their seats for the burn. We want to minimize the movement inside the capsule during those burns, but they do not have to be in their spacesuits right now. So we are standing by for more information as we get closer to the transfer burn. We'll make sure to update you, especially once the burn starts and gets underway. We'll be looking for that word, nominal. Once again, it's our favorite, and we will let you know as we get closer what we can expect.
Yeah, and we're just about 10 minutes away from that transfer burn, so stay tuned. We will bring you back in so that we can confirm that burn start live and confirmation of the burn as well.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but just a reminder to minimize any dynamic movements starting at this time.
Dragon copies, Wilco. And SpaceX, this is Dragon with question on align for burn.
Ready to copy.
Our event details say that we should salute to align the trunk with the forward velocity vector, and we currently are not in that configuration. Is that we're in the correct alignment?
Dragon SpaceX, yeah, that is correct. Looks like that event detail needs to be updated. This is the correct attitude. And it's about 45 degrees off from velocity vector.
Okay, Dragon copies.
We are just moments away now from the transfer burn that should occur at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, the fourth of 5 major burns in Dragon's journey to the International Space Station. Recently, the crew maneuvered Dragon, well, I should say Dragon maneuvered itself into the burn attitude. It had its solar rays pointing toward the sun, and now it's configured properly for that burn. Crew Dragon itself is now 83 meters away from the 83 kilometers away from the International Space Station. We have quite a few checks before we get anywhere that close. And so we are standing by next for that transfer burn. We have confirmation that the burn has begun, and we will await to hear, hopefully, the term nominal.
Again, this is only a 44-second burn, so it should be ending shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal burn.
And good news, we did confirm a nominal burn.
Dragon, we copy nominal burn, and can you, Jay, we didn't see the Delta V to go on the forward view, or it wasn't in the event details. Was this a burn that you guys uploaded and didn't put that information on board?
Negative. Yeah, this is a transfer burn. This is the first mid-weight burn, so there could be some deltas there. This is different than Demo 2, so we'll take a note. If you can take a picture, that'd be good. And note that the next burn will also be a mid-weight burn.
We didn't get it during the burn, but during the burn there was no Delta V to go, and also in the details there was no DV to go.
Copy all. Yeah, note that the next burn will also be the same type of...
And then actually just to add to that, the duration, I know that's just an estimate, but it was definitely longer than what the estimated duration was. So without any Delta V to go to monitor, that was a little strange to see it keep going like that.
Copy all. We'll make a note and we'll discuss here and give you some points ahead of you.
Okay, copy that.
And you heard the Corps talking with the crew, actually Commander Mike Hopkins relaying down some differences or discrepancies in what they saw on their data on the displays about the burn versus what occurred with the burn. It was a completely nominal burn, but the crew was unable to see the delta velocity changes that they were looking for on the displays, and so the ground team's working to make sure that they're able to see that information next time that we have a burn, which coming up will be the final co-elliptic burn, but again, as we heard, it was a nominal burn, so all good news for Dragon.
Yeah, everything looked good, and they will confirm that ahead of the next burn is what they mentioned, so look out for those comms coming up shortly. And what you're seeing on your screen is the live view from the International Space Station, spying Dragon resilience from a distance. Some pretty cool views there on your left-hand screen. That small dot is Dragon making its way to station.
And let's see. Looks like they are only 65 kilometers away from International Space Station now.
Getting close.
That transfer burn boosting them just a little bit closer. The view on the right-hand side of your screen is from the International Space Station as well. And the International Space Station is currently flying to the west of South America, maybe west of Ecuador. And it's flying about 261 statute miles over Earth. Before too long, you can see it getting a little dark out there. They'll be entering an orbital nighttime, and that means they are just crossing what we call the Terminator line. It's an invisible line, but it does take you from day to night. The space station orbiting Earth approximately every 90 minutes, so getting their fair share of sunrises and sunsets every day.
And we are about 30 minutes away from the next and final of the 5 major burns, that co-elliptic burn. That should begin at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time and last about 34 seconds long.
And after that final co-elliptic burn is complete, we will be complete with the rendezvous phase of the mission. The rendezvous phase is from orbital insertion until the end of this burn. The following burns will be the approach initiation burn, and that's really what sets us into our approach phase. We'll begin integrated operations shortly afterward, and that's when our teams in Houston and in Hawthorne work together to get Crew Dragon safely to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for burn.
Go ahead for the burn.
Yeah, for the final burn, if you look on your forward view, you can see that there's very little radio component to this burn, so you can expect the trunk pointing to be per your event details. Burn duration, we're predicting it to be between 25 and 35 seconds.
Okay, Okay, so we can expect the slew to the what the event details have in there, and 25 to 30 seconds for duration. Copy for the heads up. Thanks.
Yeah, good read back. And if you'd like to monitor the actual trajectory, the Dragon to ISS view is a good one to watch. And we should be going into a co-elliptic trajectory.
Dragon copy.
And Dragon SpaceX, we are go for the burn, the final burn, coming up in about 19 minutes.
And Dragon copies, go for the final burn.
And we heard those call outs that the 5 major burns that Dragon needs in order to start the approach. And this will maintain the 2.5 kilometers below station.
Just before we heard the Corps call up to the crew that they were go for the burn, they conducted another go, no-go poll for this specific burn. They want to make sure everybody is on page and that all systems are go before the burn. We also heard just a little bit before that, the Corps was sharing with the crew that the time for this burn could range anywhere from maybe 25 to 35 seconds, and we will learn that as it happens, maybe a little bit before, but the vehicle really knows what it needs. And so it's not necessarily something that's programmed down here in Mission Control, but instead the vehicle knows where it is at in space and where the space station is, and so it reconfigures the necessary burn times based on how the other burns performed.
Yeah, so very
And this first one, how many times does the space station travel around Earth in 24 hours? The International Space Station is traveling 17,500 miles an hour around Earth, meaning they see about 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So they make an orbit every 90 minutes. So every 45 minutes, it's either light outside or it's dark outside.
That's a lot of sunsets and sunrises there.
I guess I get a lot of good photo ops.
Yeah.
A lot of golden hours.
So there are 7 people on board, but there are only 6 sleeping places on the International Space Station. Where does the 7th person sleep? Well, we're going to have Dragon attached to the station, so we will make room for another bed for Mike to sleep inside of Dragon Resilience.
I think that's a pretty sweet setup. I would volunteer to sleep in Crew Dragon.
Same.
Above which continent is the International Space Station right now? And the International Space Station is actually over the Indian Ocean at this moment, but it is off the west coast of Australia, so it's flying 266 statute miles above all of us on the good Earth.
We're moving so fast.
And this question, does Crew Dragon have Wi-Fi?
And Crew Dragon does not have Wi-Fi. They do have communications with the ground here in Hawthorne as well as Mission Control when they need it, but no Wi-Fi.
They'll be okay. They've got great views to look at. Is there anything special we should keep an eye out for during the welcome ceremony when the crew gets to the space station?
I think the special thing that we should keep an eye out for is the crew getting onto the station.
Yeah, that's a great point. I like that about the welcome ceremony. You know, it is a very genuine moment. They're excited to get there. Hopefully we'll see lots of hugs all around. So it's definitely a moment to celebrate. We'll be watching closely.
And the folks on board station already are probably looking forward to having more company on board with them for the next 6 months.
Especially, it's like having company come over for the holidays.
Right. How do they do laundry on the International Space Station? That's a really great question.
Well, the answer is they don't do laundry on the International Space Station. We have cargo resupply craft that bring up cargo for the astronauts, but when they depart, they don't necessarily land or splash down. They actually burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. So instead of putting anything that we want to return to Earth on those cargo resupply craft, we put our trash or our laundry. And another reason we don't do laundry is because water is a very precious resource in space, and so we conserve as much of it as possible. And they have a saying on the space station, yesterday's coffee is today's coffee, because all of the water on the International Space Station, whether that comes from the astronauts or whether it is vapor in the air, is recycled, purified, and reused. Keeps us from having to launch a lot of weight very frequently.
Well, that's a plus. So kids, if you do not like doing laundry, just become an astronaut. What time zone does the crew operate in?
The crew aboard the International Space Station, they operate in GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. There are 2 really major mission control rooms for our 2 major international partners, and that's in Houston with NASA at Johnson Space Center, and then there's also one in Russia, and that's Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. And so GMT, that time zone, is kind of in the middle of both of those, and that's what our astronauts operate on. This question, how will the astronauts celebrate Thanksgiving? I had the privilege a few years ago to go learn about how the astronauts reheat their food, and we were learning about what they might make for Thanksgiving. Sometimes we even get a special video of them showing us what their Thanksgiving meal is. So they will have a Thanksgiving meal all together. They'll get to enjoy the day off like we do. They will gather around the table and they'll open up, after rehydrating, all of your favorite Thanksgiving foods, anything from green beans to sweet potatoes to turkey. Don't have the specifics right now of what they'll have for dinner, but in the past, those are some of the items that we've seen.
So Sounds very cool, and just about a week away from Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, that's right. Wow. Can't wait.
So we have finished the 5 major burns for the rendezvous phase. Next coming up will be the approach phase. That'll consist of several smaller burns that'll get Dragon set up and get closer and closer very meticulously to the station so that they can do a soft capture and then eventually a hard capture to the station.
And rendezvous will be officially complete at 5 p.m. Pacific, so we're looking at about 55 minutes from now. And that happens once we reach that 30-kilometer distance from the space station. And then we'll enter, as you mentioned, that approach initiation phase. Crew will have their suits on, and we will be getting very close to the space station. Approach initiation, we can also look forward to this because that's around the time we'll be getting some really cool views of Crew Dragon from the International Space Station.
Yeah, we've been seeing a little bit of it from a very far distance, so it'll be really cool to see Dragon really close to the station and see what that view looks like for the people on board.
Absolutely. So that's our next major milestone, having completed those 5 burns, looking to complete that rendezvous phase once we reach 30 kilometers around 5 p.m. Pacific. Pacific time, so we'll be standing by for that. And then docking will be complete once those hard hooks have finished driving, or giving us hard capture, I should say, around 8:13 p.m. Pacific time. And those are variable times. But we also heard that we are expecting an approach out of plane burn coming up shortly. The CPU, Dragon's computer, has determined that that will be necessary just to put them on the proper path as we continue our journey toward the International Space Station. So stay tuned with us. We are covering every step of Dragon's journey.
Dragon SpaceX OOP burn complete. Nominal burn.
Dragon, copy.
And with that call, we know the OOP burn, or the out-of-plane burn, is complete. That was a tentative burn. We didn't necessarily know if we would need it once we got on orbit or not, but Crew Dragon is a very smart vehicle, and it can make that call on its own. It constantly knows where the International Space Station is and its own place in space, so it's not necessarily programmed in by the flight controllers here on the ground or punched in by the crew on orbit, but the vehicle puts it in the exact place it needs to be for the upcoming approach initiation burn. That will be at 6:22 p.m. Pacific time.
Got some really cool views here. On your left-hand screen is Station looking at Dragon, that very bright spot on the screen. But on your right-hand screen, that is Dragon looking at the station.
Yeah.
So really cool views of them looking at each other. They're close enough where they can see each other both in sight now.
Yeah, getting their first glimpse of each other, I guess. We've been able to see a few views of Crew Dragon from the space station before now, but the first time that we've seen Station from Crew Dragon, so getting ever closer. And we're looking about 2.5 hours away from docking now. Crew Dragon is currently 15 miles away from the International Space Station.
controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to station.
And we are in those integrated operations, so teams working together. And the next call-outs we hope to hear will be at the top of the hour. We'll be looking for big loop communications. We've heard that a couple of times from the Corps. That refers to communications with the space station from the Crew Dragon spacecraft, those vehicles being able to share telemetry and communications with each other. And we want to hold on that a little bit because the crew aboard the International Space Station is actually still asleep right now. And we don't want to wake them up just yet if we don't have to, so those will be the next comms we will probably hear, and then afterward we'll be looking for that approach initiation burn coming up at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. These are very different suits. These SpaceX suits are meant to be worn inside, and as Jesse mentioned, they are really meant for any sort of depressurization of the cabin, which we never planned for, but that is why we wear them. We have EVA suits, as you mentioned, for trips outside. EVA is extravehicular activity or spacewalk. These are those bigger white suits you're used to. They're a little bit harder to move around in, but they have many layers of protection against the vacuum of space and, of course, the varying temperatures experienced in space as well.
Got another question. How come you can't see stars from the International Space Station, but on Earth we can look up and see the stars? So actually, you can see stars from the International Space Station. I think even in those views that we were showing earlier, looking at Dragon, you could see the stars from the space station. But looking at the station, we got a lot of sun beaming into the camera, so it was really hard to see the stars in the background. But you can still see the stars, probably even better out in space.
Yeah, because you're really not exposed to as much light pollution on the International Space Station. Highly encourage you to go follow the space station on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, because sometimes the astronauts take beautiful photos of the Earth at night. They can see the aurora borealis and the stars, the Milky Way sometimes. It's pretty amazing.
Got another question. Do the solar panels produce enough energy for the International Space Station, or do they have to rely on another source for power? If so, what is that source?
The solar panels are massive on the International Space Station, and so they do collect all of the energy that we use on board. But what happens when we go into the dark? So when we go into the dark, when we're in the light, the International Space Station is using those solar panels and channeling some of that energy through a BCDU. That's a battery charge discharge unit. So there are some batteries that hold that power, and then when we're in the dark, that battery charge
Go for approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly. The expected maneuver start time is 0222 UTC.
Okay, we copy. Go for the approach initiation 0222 UTC.
Great news there from the core to the crew. There was a poll conducted here, and the team was go for the approach initiation burn. Likewise, now that we're in integrated operations, a poll was also conducted in Houston, and they are go for the approach initiation burn as well.
And confirming that 6:22 p.m. Pacific time is when that burn should begin. We've got another question. How long can astronauts stay at the International Space Station and in space? Mrs. Reed's 8th grade science class is wondering.
That's a good question. And so far we've had an astronaut stay almost a full year on the International Space Station. We actually had an astronaut and a cosmonaut back in 2015, spent almost an entire year on the International Space Station. The longest stay ever was Valery Polyakov for 437 days on Space Station Mir. So that's the record. But we do these long duration stays because, our future goal is to go on even longer duration missions to the moon and to Mars. And so that's going to require us to really understand how the human body adapts to microgravity.
That's a long time, a little over a year, is that right? And Crew 1 is going to be there for 6 months, so less than half of that, but
still a long time.
They'll build up their tolerance to get there.
This question from Brantley, could Dragon be manually docked?
Yes, Dragon was designed to be autonomous, but it was also designed in case of any emergency or any necessity that the crew on board can manually dock if needed. And they do all of that training here in Hawthorne in the crew training room. They practice docking just in case, but it is autonomous, so in the best scenario, they don't have to manually dock.
And back.